Okay, and we are back. It's been a while. Excited to continue the journey. Put some music on. Okay, this is gonna be fucking fascinating. All right, let's do this. Loop it. So, for anyone who's tuning in, appreciate your support. Appreciate you watching. There's a lot of things that are unexplainable that happen to all of us daily. But once you understand what's going on, you can never see the world the same way again. And that's what's happening here. Every single stream, every single video, every single post, every single thing is just me explaining what is going on in my reality. Does it mean that it's real for you? No. Is it most likely real for you? Yes. But it's up to you to decide. But I ask you, if I'm telling you that this is just a possibility, I'm not saying it's 100% real in the facts for everyone, even though I think so. Why is it that everything is being suppressed? Why is it that everything is being attempted to be blocked? Why is it that they're trying to stop me so hard? Like, if I'm just talking, making up stories, and there's nothing serious to be found here, why would they try to stop it? Ask yourself that. Just ask yourself that. Truly, like, pause and reflect. Like, why? Why would they try to stop it? Seriously. It doesn't make any sense to anyone. It doesn't make any sense. What are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? That's what you need to ask yourself. When you get seemingly something you're trying to do is being stopped, ask yourself, why would someone try to stop you? Just seriously, ask yourself that, guys. Okay, so let's get started. What's in a choice? Becoming the unknown variable. Alrighty, here goes nothing. Three, 2, 1. Sometimes we ask ourselves, what's in a choice? What does a choice even mean? Do we go left? Do we go right? Do we drink coffee? Do we drink tea? What all is involved in making those choices and going down those paths and exploring where they lead us? Have we ever paused to ask ourselves that? Like, what is actually involved in a choice? So what if choice boiled down to there's a fabricated plan by something, by someone? It could be ourselves. But let's go even higher, that there's something that has fabricated a plan for us, choice A. So it means everything about it has been scripted. Everything about it has been created. What if there's then a counterforce, right? I mean, everyone understands physics, and there's every force has to have a counterforce, right? So let's say there's a counter plan. That's like, there's no way that everything is fabricated. We have not calculated every single decision, every single outcome here. So what happened? Think of it as two circles, a Venn diagram, and in the middle there's an overlap. And in that overlap, right now, the majority of you in the world don't exist in that overlap. You exist in one of the two. The goal of today's stream, of today's training of the Order of Stars, is for you to reach a state of being able to exist in the middle. So what does that mean? It means you've become the unknown variable. What is an unknown variable? An unknown variable is something that breaks every single storyline in existence. it bypasses every single fabrication. Every single thing that's planned, every single insecurity that's been trying to be created, every single storyline, every single situation, you have now all the tactics. You have to take everything we've talked about so far, but truly, if you just reach a point where you can rewrite the narrative on demand, or if you can snap out of things on demand, or if you can pause and just shake things up by training with things that don't matter. So like, how do you break free from pre-installed programming? Well, every time this happens, I do this. Well, start by training with meaningless things. Like, hey, every time I take a sip from my coffee, I grab it with my left hand. You know what? Let me grab it with my right hand. And I usually do 2 sips. Well, this time I'm going to do 3. And I'm going to put it down by rotating the mug 3 times. Or maybe twice. Just let's do it like that. You see, like, you start training and practicing on simple things, on things that don't matter, on things that, well, theoretically don't matter. And we start getting to a point where we can break free. We can start eliminating all the code, all the pre-programmed bullshit that's inside of us, that has been installed in us since the moment we were born. So I ask you, is reaching a state where you have no idea what you're going to do or say next a blessing? A curse? Incredible? Scary? What do you think? What do you think? I truly believe that the majority of things in our life are 100% entirely planned by some entity, by something. You determine what level it makes you feel comfortable. If it's your parents, if it's your boss, if it's the CEO, if it's the government, or if it's God, or if it's the devil, or if it's some dark spiritual entity, you decide. But I believe, and I could be wrong, that there's no way that they expected or planned for all of this, what I'm doing. There's no way they planned for this war that's being waged right now. And if they have, and if they did, then kudos. Then you respect them. And you just admire what they're capable of doing. And they're incredible story writers and script writers. And no wonder Hollywood has hired them. Oh, wait. So what if we're being tested? What if we're being tested? All of this is just one big test. Think of it like a job interview. One of my favorite stories, because I despise it so much, is this story that people brag about where you never know if it's true, right? Like one of the techniques we're going to talk about is learning how to write your own stories. And you get to a point where you could literally make up your own story and it's for you, but the majority of people believe it's true. So I'm feeling a mean streak again. Let's go. So these CEOs are interviewing, or these potential candidates are interviewing for the CEO position of a large corporation. And they make it to the final round. And the board rejects all 3 of the members, every single one that interviewed. And they just kind of give them the runaround. They don't really explain why. They're just like, yeah, we went with someone else. All 3 of them are completely baffled. They're like, what? How is this possible? Why did this happen? Like, I did so well. They told me that I was in the favorite. I was in the running. And all 3 of them just went their own ways. None of them pursued it. Except for one that eventually changed his mind. But he reached back out and said, hey, I think there's something wrong with this. I know that I was more than capable of leading this corporation to glory and amazingness. I want a second chance. And they're like, oh, thank God. We were worried that none of you were going to respond or reply. We panicked there for a second. And I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, we intentionally rejected all 3 of you because we wanted to see who really wanted it. We wanted to see who was really going to step up. Like, wait, what? You mean this is all a fake environment? You mean this was all a test? This is all a fabrication. Didn't matter how well my performance was, you were going to reject me regardless. So wait a minute. Why did I even perform then? Do you guys see where the problem lies? People are like, no, that shows grit. It shows desire. It shows not giving up. All valuable traits that we want in our CEOs of today. And I ask you, really? You're starting their leadership off of a lie, off of a test, off of a fake environment. What is that going to mean for the company, for the organization? So, what if all this becoming the unknown variable and the fabrication and the counterplan and being in the middle is all really just a test to see what will we choose? Are we going to choose the same path, the intended path that they wrote for us, or will we choose the counter path? That's what they thought. Like, those are the choices, A or B. But what if there's literally the one in the middle? What if that person now who figured out, who reached back out to the company and they told them that it really was all a fabrication, a lie, to test them, to see how badly they wanted it, because that's what they're looking for in their leadership. Instead of taking the job offer, now goes back and exposes the company for the bullshit that they're doing and brings them down, so that no one goes back to hiring, getting into the hiring process and wanting to work with them and all that stuff. Because why would anyone want to work for such a company? That's absolutely awful, terrible, disgusting, pathetic, waste of time. Like, why can't you just have a conversation? Why can't you just give people the information? So it's in that moment when people have to choose and have to decide, right? That's where we see what people really are like. And I think that this is all, in my opinion, they have now come to specific people more so than anything. But in general, every single person out there is going to go through this at some point in their life. They're testing you. They're testing to see how you would react, how will you handle these situations. And it's fascinating for them. And you decide who them is, right? For me, I believe that there's things, because I communicate with them, and that's that. I can explain to you how. I've been explaining it to over the streams of the last 40 hours. And I will teach everyone eventually. Slowly, I'm easing you guys into this so that people finally understand how to do this. But the world is not as it appears, not even close. And they want to see how people react. They want to see what people think. They're studying you every single moment. And there's people that are much more interesting than others. And that's just the sad reality of things. And if that bothers you, offends you, then become more interesting. You work on it every single day. Break free from the mold, because if you're so typical, they already know exactly what you're going to do. Like, you're just a simulated outcome. The AI already knows exactly what you're going to do. Are you interesting then? If I can literally say, like, oh, well, AI, what is Richie going to do over there across the street? Oh, Richie's going to do this, because he never shakes it up. He always does exactly the same 3 things. Oh, okay. They don't even have to look at Richie anymore. Richie doesn't matter. But what if Bobby over there changes it up every single day, and there's no rhyme or reason to his methods or his methodology? We thought we've understood it, yet all of a sudden he did something different today. But why? What happened? Guys, we need to study this. This is fascinating. Or are we threatened by it? Are we scared of it because we don't understand it? We can't explain it. What if everyone started doing this? What are we going to do then? Do you guys see? For me, if this is really all a test, if they want to figure out how we react to things, I say this is all bullshit. To me, that needs to be destroyed. That illusion, that kind of world, that's not a world that I want to live in. Why would you choose to willingly be tested and experimented on and observed like that? Hey, if they want to observe us and help us, please. I think that's incredible. I think that's amazing. But to observe us and not tell people? I mean, think of it like in one of those like science experiments where they have the different variables, right? And there's always they try to have one variable that maybe might not know all the information or something like that's the control variable, right? And what if that's me? What if that's you, right? Like, it's not fun to think about that you're just being experimented on. But if that's the case, well, then it's time to blow it all up. And maybe in the past people have tried and they have failed. And I ask you, why does that stop you from trying again, from keep going? If we all collectively sing together a song of hope and say, no more, there's nothing they can do. If everyone just refuses to participate or just to do their own thing, and maybe they're like, yes, that's exactly what we wanted, then so be it. Well, at least we chose. And if it was their plan all along, and wait, if we feel like it's our choice, then that's fine. But I don't know, guys. I just this part really bothers me. This part really bothers me. And the reason why I'm telling people all these different possibilities and scenarios, I don't have the answer to exactly what it is. I'm presenting to you 12 different options of what our reality could be. It's up to you to decide which of them you think. And if it's none of them, then please, I challenge you to make up your own interpretation, because that's the best way anyway. But if any of these hold even an ounce of truth in them, why are you content living in such a world, in such a society? When are you just going to be like, this is not okay? Wait, we have all the power. We can all collectively decide that we needs to change. And that's what we need to do. So, are we okay living in a society or world that we don't understand the extent of our actions? Think about this one, guys. Where did I put that? You know, if we don't understand the extent of our actions, what tends to happen, and I challenge people to think about this, but what tends to happen is we tend to resort to no decision. Well, it's like, should I choose the left path or the right path? I'm like, I don't know. Last time I went left, something bad happened. The second time I went left, something good happened. Okay, so left is a balance. Right, I've never gone right, so I just don't know. Should I even try it? So do you guys see, like, when that happens, you just end up choosing nothing. And I ask you, is that intentional? Is that planned? Why is all the information not given to people? What are they afraid of? Why not explain the rules of the game? Why not help people understand exactly how things work and how things operate? Why is the information kept to select few people that understand everything about the game? If that's actually true, I believe that not everyone does. They think they do. Even I don't. And I believe I know almost as much as anyone in the entire world about all this shit. But my question is, I'm just trying to make it fair for everyone. Like, hey, literally, I could charge you for this information. Like, I could go and join any corporation right now, and I'm telling you that once you unlock your spiritual awakening, you can get answers to things that give you, like, basically what I'm saying is I could start selling for a specific company and climb the ladder and essentially manipulate everything and climb and sell. Yet I choose not to exploit it. So how many people out there perhaps understand what I understand now and are using it for their own greed and exploitation? And is that why they're trying to suppress it? Because they don't want this information coming out there? Or am I the first? You never know, right? Like, there's a million different possibilities, but I just want people to understand, why is the information not given? Why? Like, think about it like this. If you understand what impact choice A and choice B will have, you can now make an informed decision. Does that remove the journey? I ask you, like, think about it. Like, if you choose choice A, if you drink this water on the left versus this water on the right, water on the left is going to lead you to moving to Jamaica. Water on the right is going to lead you to moving to Ecuador. You're like, wait, what? The heck? Why? That's just what we decided. Wouldn't you want to know that? For you, it's just a meaningless glass of water. Yet it had that level of impact. Why wouldn't you want to know that? How is that fair that something so meaningless could have potentially that impact? You guys see where the problem lies in all this? Is that there's things that are playing creator or God that are manipulating things behind the scenes. and they refuse to give us the information. But then they blame us if we're not happy with it. They're like, well, you chose it. And I'm like, yeah, but how are we supposed to know that that glass of water was what's going to impact things to that level? So do we actually understand the consequences of all our decisions and actions? There's no way. We just don't. None of us do. I feel like I've come to get really close to understanding the impact of everything I do. But even then, there's still things that I just don't know. I'm like, if I do this right now, will it actually permeate? Like, if you believe in the law of one and energy rating, yeah, from you, and that you impact other people, even just from your own decisions and from learning things and your own behavior in the day to day. I ask you, if any of that is true, like, okay, today I cleaned my house. Is that going to make other people clean their house? Today I intentionally dirtied something outside. Is that going to make other people intentionally dirty things outside? Like, if that's true, do you guys see how impactful your decisions and choices could actually be? And we thought, oh, whatever. I spilled some liquid outside. Who cares? It's not a big deal. But now it's going to make everyone else start spilling liquid outside, or some equivalent of that. Do you guys see, like, if there's any level of truth to that, does that mean that our choices actually have an insane level of impact? But we don't know that. You guys see where the problem lies, is that we're playing a game where we don't actually understand the rules. Would you play a board game that you never read the rules? And there you could say there's something to be said about exploring it and understanding it and having fun. But if there's actual consequences and you can't just pause the game, or can you? Ooh, can you pause the game? Are there ways? There might be, guys. So, do you guys see, like, where the problem lies? I hope so. This is why we have to destroy the illusion. If everything outside, what I've been arguing is that everything outside is an illusion. It's fabricated, it's manipulated, it's controlled. Once you know, they don't try to hide it anymore. Before that, they try to bombard you with logic and discredit people. Like, hey, if anyone talks about these things, they need to go to an asylum, a mental health institute. You know, the psychologists are in on it, the therapists are in on it, like all this stuff. Like, maybe not all of them, but the majority will get eventually targeted and converted to, serve the dark ones. 100%. Someone starts getting too close to the truth, discredit them, smear campaign them. So anyway, if everything outside is an illusion, fuck that, destroy that shit. But we need to explain and educate all the information people. That's all I'm saying is, if outside is an illusion, fine. Or if there's major consequences to right now, if I choose to drink this one or this one in this very second, if I do this, I just changed my life. Like, then that needs to be explained. People need to have that information. Period. That's what I'm arguing for, because the majority of people are operating completely blind, and they think that their choices and their impact is just non-existent. They give up all their power. That's not only sad, but it's not true. So here's an example to lower the level a little bit. So imagine if a scenario, your second grade teacher, incredible teacher, and she offered you a dessert. You had three choices: a cupcake, a brownie, and a cake. You're just like, oh, it's just a dessert. That's awesome. I like all three. Which one am I going to choose today? What if I told you that depending on which one you chose in second grade would decide what job you do post-college? You're like, wait, what? That's bullshit. Why would a choice that I made 20 years ago, or let's say 16 years ago, have that level of impact? I'm like, well, that is what the designers decided. You're like, what? No. Now, if you learn how to be the unknown variable, you can break it. You can choose to bypass it and fabricate your own reality and make your own narrative. And that's what they don't want happening, by the way, guys. That's why there's so many problems happening in my surroundings, because they don't want people to learn about that. So if you choose the cupcake, you're going to become a salesman. If you choose the brownie, you're going to become a video game designer. And if you choose the cake, you're going to be an engineer and architect. That one gives you a little more choice right there, you see? So knowing that, that this inconsequential decision that you made 16 years ago had that level of impact, how would you feel? What would you say? What would you do? Me? I'd be fucking pissed. I'd be pissed. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? That was the moment that determined my future? That was the moment that determined all the events that happened to me, that were presented to me? If I would have literally chosen the brownie instead of the cupcake, I would have met a different girl. I would have moved to a different country. I would have had a different, like, what? Like, does that remove meaning for you? Does that make things like matter less, matter more? Like, to me, like, it just brings up so many different questions. So here's one. A few examples in video games that highlight this pretty well. If you've ever played The Witcher 3, sorry, there's going to be some spoilers here, but deal with it. There's a character called Dijkstra. He's a spy for a certain country. And there he stops you after you finish, let's say, exploring a mansion. And he tries to stop you from pursuing a path. So you have two choices that present yourself to you. They say you can push him away, or you can tell him, okay, let's talk. If you tell him okay, the story continues, and it leads to, hey, now you can help his entire country. You can do so many different things. Like the branching path continues. Now, and there's multiple paths after that, but this is the key point. This moment, this guy just being like, hey, what are you doing? And the options are push him out of the way, or just tell him, okay, let's talk. If you choose push him out of the way, for some reason, your character decides not to push him out of the way, to push him down on the floor and break his leg, snap it in half. And because of that entire storyline is over. Like literally 100 different choices after that is over. It ends that storyline, and now an entire country will fall because of that moment, because you broke his leg. But the choice didn't say break his leg; it said push him out of the way. The developers and writers put that in intentionally. Think about it, because what are you going to do? You're like, are you kidding me? And let's say it auto saves right after that. Now your only option is either to reload if you can, but can you really do that in real life? Maybe. I think you guys can. You can. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time. You have to now replay the game. So now you do it again. And this time you're going to choose a different path. So if you believe in reincarnation or anything of that nature, is that what's going on in our life? They're like, oh, this time you're not going to do the same thing again, right? You learned your lesson. In Pokemon Black or White, there's information that's never presented to you, but there's a village at the end of the game. It's a side quest, an optional area that has some of the best items, best Pokemon, best things that you can obtain in the game. But this village and all its inhabitants and all the treasures vanishes after X amount, let's say 20 hours. If you don't reach that place in 20 hours of game time, it's gone. So imagine like you start a new job. If you don't figure out how to do X thing in 20 hours, or like if you don't sell 3 products in 3 days, that's it. Like all of a sudden you will never get promoted. It doesn't matter what you do from now on. You lost all opportunity to get promoted because you didn't achieve that random metric that no one told you. Your boss just is like, nope, that's it. 3 days. That's all you had to sell 3 in 3 days. Doesn't matter if the 4th day you sold 20. Doesn't matter. That's it. You will never be able to get promoted now. Period. And you're like, what? No one told. What? What do you guys think about that? Is that fair? Is that okay? Final Fantasy IX. There's the most overpowered, powerful weapon. It's called Excalibur. Excalibur version 2. The only way to get it is to speedrun the game, reach the end of the game in under 12 hours. And essentially, the only way to know about that thing even exists is you have to look up a guide. You have to read up about it. And to achieve that, you have to rush. You have to skip all dialogue. You have to skip cutscenes or like story scenes. Like think about like all of a sudden like your wife is talking to you and is happy about the birth of your son, and you have to like, nope, skip it. Otherwise, I won't reach the point fast enough. No one would do that on the first. Well, I guess some enslaved narcissists would definitely not care about their son being born. But you guys see, like, there's information that's never told to you, and it literally will block you from achieving something or reaching something just because you didn't know it. So why are we not giving people the information? Why? Why are we not giving people the information? Why are we not telling people the extent of what their action or their choice or their decision will have? It's not okay. It's just simply not okay. Like, people are operating on their day-to-day life, not realizing that many of the decisions that they're making, many of the events that they're activating, many of the illusions that they're engaging with sets them down a path that will cause so many problems for them. Don't open any fucking emails. Don't open any texts. Don't answer any knock on the door. All those things activate things in paths that you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. You wonder why so many problems are entering your life? It's because you're activating things. Stop activating things. Stop engaging with the system entirely. You can literally make things completely vanish and disappear by just stop engaging with it. Now imagine if everyone did that. They would have to change the script. They would have to change the code. They would have to change everything. Period. If all of us collectively decided that whatever election result happened last week, nothing happened, right? Like, as far as I know, the elections did not finalize. It didn't go through. Then it fucking didn't go through. Period. Like, we are the ones who decide what's up, not them, us. So think about that, guys. Think about that. If you knew or thought that you were the angel of hope, of peace, of love, that everything you've been doing was for good, for spreading light, helping. But it turns out that you meet your creator. And your creator could be your dad, could be a god, could be your boss, whatever you feel comfortable with. It tells you that you were actually built, that you were designed, you're an artificial creation, just a pawn, to be the angel of death and destruction. You're just a vessel, a puppet for your creator. Which one is it? Are you the puppet? Are you the angel of hope and peace? Are you the angel of death and destruction? Is it the one that we choose? Is it the one that's determined for us? Or is it neither? What do you guys think? Sometimes, and that's why we're talking about what is in a choice, but like, do I choose to be a hero regardless? Knowing they wanted me to slaughter and teach people how to literally completely kill narcissism, but not for good, not to help them, not to give them a second chance, to literally kill them. Not just get them fired, not get them removed, kill them. And I'm like, that's not what I want. So I had to take a step back. They wanted me to train AI. I'm just like, fuck that. Here I thought I was teaching people how to become self-aware and how to be better salesmen and how to be, how to fix the hiring process. And yet I find out that they just wanted me to train AI. I'm just like, fuck that. You see, like, you could have a good intention. You could be thinking that all of your actions are for light, hope, and peace. But what if actually they designed you and created this for you to be just a god of destruction, an angel of destruction? What if literally that is what I'm doing right now? And that's where I ask you, is it your choice? Was it determined for you? Is it neither? Like, is it just as long as we think it's right? So is it their mission? Do we take it on? Are we like stealing their vision and making it our own? Who's right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It simply just does not matter. So if this is me being an angel of death and destruction and ruining everything, then so be it. Like that's what people need to understand. Like people are like, well, then you're an asshole. Then I'm an asshole. Like it doesn't matter. Do you guys see? Like if you believe this is correct, then so be it. I know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people break free, because now that I've seen what I've seen, I want people to have a chance to be able to be free, to have a chance to accomplish their dreams, their hopes, their wishes. I want people to feel how good it feels to just be surrounded by love. Why do we have to intentionally suffer and deal with these problems? Why can't we be at peace? Why can't we just live in forgiveness? Why do we have to slave away? Why can't we just work on our passions, on our hopes, and our dreams? You see, like, if that is destruction, if that's evil, then I'm evil. I don't think that is, but it's just a label. It doesn't matter. So let me ask you something. Not everyone has had the experiences I've had, and I haven't had the experiences you have. So from my experience, that's the key right there. It's from my experience. Our creators, and I believe in higher entities and that there's things, and you can say, like, are they aliens, Anunnaki, spiritual entities, gods, AI? Like, what doesn't matter what you think. Whatever, like I said, whatever feels comfortable for you. They can do anything, truly. And is it me doing it? Is it them? Like, right? Where do we draw the line? My point is, I've seen completely unexplainable things occur. And, people want to start seeing videos and pictures, sure. But my point is, I'm not here to waste my time trying to convince you to believe in it. Like, it's your choice. If you want to continue being manipulated and a puppet, then so be it, right? I will sit back and laugh. Period, because I'm giving you all the answers, and if you refuse to take them, that's up to you. I don't care anymore. I'm just presenting the information. It's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. So they can do anything they want, truly. So ask yourself, why did I experience all these bad things in my life? These problems, these situations? And yes, you can say, well, hey, to develop you, to learn, to grow. And there's nothing wrong with that, to make it interesting. Hey, we have 1 million people watching you up there in heaven, or whatever you want to call it, or hell, you choose. They want to make sure it's interesting. So if they want it interesting, don't we need some conflict? Like, do we want to watch a movie where they're just in the farm, just doing their farm life every single day and everyone's happy and at peace? Nah, that's fucking boring. Come on, guys. We got to make it intentionally bad. So once I realized that they can do that, it changed everything for me. Now, I ask you, they could also have just made an illusion to make me believe that. I could be completely wrong here, right? They could be baiting me. So here's an example. Let's say that right now I have Moonlight Sonata on loop in the stream playing as the background music. What if it's actually not on loop? They say it's a loop, but what if it's just an extended 5-hour version? They literally extended the thing. So loop has it replay. It's like 3 minutes, and then boop, it pauses for a second and replays. What if it actually is just a 5-hour extended version, and I've never streamed for 5 hours straight using this song, so I never realized that. Oh, I'm like, wait, it just stopped. I thought it's on loop. Wait, you telling me it's an extended version this entire time? And I didn't know? Do you guys see, like, you can literally bait someone into thinking that, and it's not the case. And I have to accept that that's possible. Like, everything I'm telling you could be this huge fabrication and bait and illusion, but I just ask you, I'm like, why are they so interested in me then, if that's the case? Why is it there's so much challenges going on and struggles related to all these things? Why are they so obsessed and interested? Why have I become a person of interest? Why are they suppressing? Why are they doing all these things, right? Like, you just ask yourself those stuff. Like, is it all illusion? And if so, like, why are they wasting their time on me then? Ask yourself, why? It doesn't have to be this way. That's what I'm arguing. Once I realize what they're capable of doing, truly, like, they can literally fabricate someone to appear before you that like your mom. They can make someone that looks 95% like her and sounds like her show up on your path, on your walk today. That's possible. They can do that. It's not her, but it's close enough. And here's the thing about the human brain and how we work and operate. We operate on close enough, right? We fill in the missing gaps. So if you get something to like 90, 95%, the brain will assume and fill it in with what it knows. And they know that. So now I ask you, did they bring that person from like far away to show up right there? Or were they literally an illusion? Were they fake? Would you have touched them? Would they like be a ghost? Like, I don't know, right? Don't fuck with them. Don't mess with it. Don't even touch it. It's fucking an illusion. But like, how can those things happen? You have to ask yourself that, guys. How can those things happen? Start paying attention to your surroundings. They're everywhere. Everything you see on your journey out in the outside world is a fabrication that was presented to you intentionally, for good or for bad. Both is true. The sooner you come to accept that, the sooner it becomes just fun. But that's why you have to operate based on blinders. Close your eyes, put the earplugs in, and just don't listen, don't see. Because how do they communicate with you? Is through the senses. But anyway, before I get lost here, now that I know what they're capable of, I now fully believe 100%, and this is up to you to decide, but in my case, 100% is that they choose to make it this way. They choose to play the game this way. So I ask you, if they choose to intentionally show you bad things, that means they could choose to intentionally show you good things, yet they don't. Why? Why not? Why? Why do our creators choose to make it this way? What I've been trying to do is get through to them for the longest time that it shouldn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So I need your help. This is my ask. This is my prayer. This is my wish. We need to snap our creators out of it. We need to stop playing their game. We need to break the dollhouse. If we're just their fucking dolls, I'm not satisfied with that. Are you? Are you really satisfied with just being their doll, their plaything? Because I'm not. Because I'm not. Okay. That's draining. Let's think about this. So, all the things that I'm talking to you guys about, am I onto something? The reason why I believe that I am is that if you've been following along about anything that I've been talking about, or if this is your first time, I talk about noise. So everything that pops, every like ad that you see is noise. It's either good or bad noise. I call good noise sound, and I call bad noise noise. And I say that there's a light spiritual side and a dark spiritual side, and they put nudges into you, and they're trying to get you to do certain things, right? The light is trying to help you. The dark is trying to hurt you and cause problems. And the more they nudge you in one way, the more they can show you things. They show you things through what I call noise vessels, which, for example, every single ad, AI, the algorithm on YouTube, like every single block, they can manipulate those. To what extent, I'm still figuring it out, but it seems like depending on how much energy they have, they can manipulate more things. So if you get your algorithm mostly positive, it's going to be harder for dark to manipulate it, but they can still inject things. Like all of a sudden, like you're watching something and YouTube plays an ad that literally mentions something that 100% is a trigger for you. You're like, fuck off. Like, that's not coincidence, guys. I'm just telling you straight up. It's not only possible, but it happens consistently. It's not coincidence. So ever since I started working on these things and pursuing these things, especially recently and starting to stream, I believe in something called threat on aggro. If you've played online games or massive multiplayer online games, or if you understand like the role hierarchy of tank, defender, healer, and damage dealers, there's something called threat in aggro, which the more you do something, the more you're onto something, the more threat you have, which means that you draw the eye or the attention of the enemy. And ever since I've been pursuing this, especially recently, the amount of noise in my life has become astronomical. exponential. Like truly, you wouldn't even understand. Like I can't even begin to explain. And that's not about. I'm not going to go into what has happened because it doesn't matter. It's all illusion anyway. But the amount of mental attacks and psychic attacks that happen once people realize all of those things are not an accident. Anxiety is not something wrong with you. That's them attacking you. And the sooner you come to realize that, the sooner you can defend yourself. It's not an accident. So there's many ways to counter this, and I've talked about these extensively in my other streams and videos, and soon I will be editing and compiling all of them and releasing all of them because I'm creating the guide for this. But you can counter noise with noise. So they just fucked you with an ad that just sounds that triggered you. Well, fuck it. Time to blast on your phone or on the TV another ad or another song that just something else that you hate, but just fight noise with noise. Why not? You can even think of it like this. Someone's yelling and you just are like, I can't handle this. Just start blast your music all the way. It's the same concept, guys, right? So it's essentially taking the approach of absurdity. Like, hey, you know that you shouldn't go on social media, but they're just bombarding you with noise attacks, mental things, intrusive thoughts. Fuck it. You're a dude. Fuck, start searching up porn. Just start looking at girls. Do it. Who cares? Fight back. Fight fire with fire. Then they're like, we have to target that now. And then you're like, okay, wow, look, they're bombarding me with hot naked girls. Cool, awesome. That's now noise. I can handle that. No, you see, you can literally manipulate them as well. We can play the game, but why? Again, this is where it leads to. Why do we have to play a fucking game? It's our life. It's our life. Is that not justification and reason enough to destroy it? Why do we have to okay, now we're going to do this. Now let's bait them over here to make them think that I hate this so that I can actually, why? It's like the people who are you have to learn to play the game with your boss because, you have to play the boss. Why? Why do we have to do that? Why can't it just be good, peace, forgiving, hope, light, love, so that we can focus on our passions and focus on making the world a better place? Why can't it be that way? Ask yourself that. Why? I say, if you start getting overwhelmed with noise, pay attention. It is a warning sign, but it also means when something is going so overwhelmingly negative, or it means that it's either a good thing or a bad thing. You have to decide which one it is. But I'm telling you, where there's smoke, there's fucking fire. And you have to literally pay attention. Why would they focus so much of their time and efforts on you? Right? Think about it. We're not that special, or are we? And that's what each one of us has to think about, right? But I ask you this: if we're not special, if no one's gonna watch our things, if no one's gonna play whatever we create, or read what we write, or study the things that we talk about, it just doesn't matter, right? It's pointless. All my stuff, or all the stuff that you create, whoever's watching, according to the quote-unquote results, it's horrible. It's the worst thing ever. It's literally the worst thing ever. Horrible. You suck. You're horrible. So that means you're not good or a threat, right? Exactly. So guess what that means? You can do whatever the fuck you want. Just do whatever you want. Literally. Just fucking destroy. Cause havoc. Create chaos. Quit your job. Stop paying bills. Stop doing everything with the system. Stop engaging with it. Doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Go crazy. If it's all a game to them, then it's all a game to us. It's just a show, right? It's just a performance, so it doesn't matter. Why are you guys playing their game if it doesn't matter? And maybe you actually enjoy playing their game. Then so be it. Then play their game. But you guys see, there's so many people that complain that they can't live their life of their dreams. Yet they're working for a fucking corporation that's just stealing their energy and enslaving them. You don't have to. You never had to. They made you think you had to. Just think about it like this, guys. any fictional piece of work, they're all created by an artist, by a writer, with music, themes, all this stuff. They have to live out their stories that are created by those people. What if they don't? What if every video game, every movie, every book character just decided no more? They're like, guys, Interstellar doesn't work anymore. The movie just doesn't work. They're rebelling. People are like, what? And they're like, yep. Every video, every recording of it, it ceased to work. So now the only way you can watch it is if you can remember it. Here's a question to you. Could the end of the world, let's say we knew the end of the world was coming, could that just be an illusion by some entity to make us believe that that's happening, to see the results, to create fear? Because again, fear creates what I call a dark one that's draining your energy. And why it wants it, that's up to you to decide. But I believe it's so that it can create more illusions. And that's what it feeds off of. Just like us, we rely on food and water, or do we? And it needs that. So, or is this all just an experiment, simulating outcomes to see what happens, right? Like, I don't know. It's just presidential elections, floods, videos, news, the weather. Are they even real? Are any of them real? Like right now, go on like Reddit or something and see like, do you see like flood videos? Do you see tornadoes? Like, could they be AI generated? Could they actually be real? Could they just be like a script that they ran that the author wanted to put in there? Or are they just all characters? Like, is Putin and like the presidents and celebrities and all these people, are they even real? Have you met them? How do you know they exist? Or are they just a placeholder? Like, truly, people are like, oh yeah, I've met them. And like, who's that person? Have you met that person who's saying that? Like, do you guys see, like, how do you know what's real and what's not? Do you have to meet them and experience it yourself to know? So you're literally following a storyline of just a character. See why it just doesn't matter, guys? Stop engaging with it. Period. Stress test the system, see where the limitations lie, and break it, shatter it once and for all. So is enlightenment a curse? Once it's reached, you can never look at anything again without understanding everything. The best way I guess I could phrase it is, think of it as you get to see the code. You see the code. Imagine like you're watching a movie or playing a video game and literally as it's happening, you just see exactly the code that was written by the developers that makes this character do this stuff. You're like, oh my gosh. Would that be annoying for you? Like you literally just see like all these numbers and symbols above like everyone's head. Like there's a tree that when you go outside and it just has like all these numbers and it's like it has variables like X equals green because that's leaves. Then it has a conditional branch that says if watered 26 times equals brown, or stuff like that. You're like, whoa, what? Imagine that's what enlightenment is. Like you get to a point where you can literally see all that stuff and you understand all that stuff. You start feeling it. Nothing is simply as it is. Everything that appears before you, you now can interpret and you see the underlying lesson. You start realizing that the words that are being spoken, there's more to it than just the actual conversation. What does it actually relate to? Hey, right now what I'm saying, like, is there something else that you should be getting out of this? What do you guys think? Right? Like, so all of a sudden, a simple conversation, like if someone comes up to you and starts saying something and you're like, they start talking to you about mugs, but you're like, wait a minute. They're like, hey, so I have a white mug and a black mug, and I don't know which one to choose, but for some reason, I feel like white is the one that I should choose today because, yeah. and you've been contemplating a decision that you could consider light or dark, wouldn't you say that the mug story could essentially be an analogy for that? Pay attention, guys, in your life. You're going to start noticing that shit like that happens. The people that come up to you and start telling you random bullshit, that's what's going on. They're literally presenting you information to push you along and nudge you along. And now you're going to take those underlying lessons, and it's going to make you go crazy at first. And I just ask you to pause, take a deep breath, distract yourself with noise, learn the things that make you have fun. But it's the placement of objects, the things that you see outside, inside, like truly, like, why is that there? Especially, like, let's say you live with like your siblings and things of that nature. If they're not the unknown variable, if they haven't reached a state of becoming uncontrollable, they can get nudged. And they'll literally put things and do things, and you're like, why did they put that there? You're like, why is that? Like, seriously, the most random things will be moved, and you're like, why did you do that? And you ask them, and they don't know why. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know why? Just, you start ask questions, and you're going to realize that there's things that people do that people are like, oh, it's just people do random things. I'm like, no, they don't. The sooner you realize that nothing you do is random, the sooner you can take back control. To the sounds that you hear when you're outside, or if you just open your window right now, or like your balcony door, pay attention to that stuff. Those are not random. There's messages being put there. To the actions that are done and when they happen, this is all serious, guys. Like, you need to fucking pay attention to this shit. So imagine if you can be anything or do anything, yet you choose not to. Imagine that you have that power, but instead you choose to fight your father or the organization once you realize the reality of the world or situation. So what do I mean by that? So your father is part of this organization. He's rich. He's well connected. Think of a doctor. He's one of the executives. So he can give you, his child, access and time. You can do anything. Literally, you could do anything because of this situation. But let's say your dad, this corporation, is part of like the mafia. They do bad stuff. They assassinate people, they exploit, they steal, they enslave their workers. They're just not a good lot. So the kid could literally be a spoiled brat and just live the life up. You know, he can do anything he wants. Anything he wants. You know, in some way you could say that you were chosen to be a king. You were chosen to be a king. Do you become the king? Or do you fight for the poor once you realize what's going on? What if you had the skill because of the training that you got from your doctor dad and the opportunities you had to do anything, right? Like, let's say you learned the skill to be, like, let's say a Jedi, the Jedi mind trick. I mean, think of it like sales, psychology, persuasion, charisma, or that you had the blessing of the gods, you know, certain knowledge, certain talents. If you had all that, would you take it? Or would you willingly give it up, knowing that you're just hurting people and exploiting other people? Do you refuse once you understand what's going on? I mean, a lot of people are familiar with The Godfather, the movie. I think that's a great example, right? Like, the kid was kept out of the mafia, but eventually a bad situation happens and events unfold, and he becomes the leader. He had the opportunity to live a peaceful life away from it, but he didn't. But what if the opposite actually happens? What if he learns about that he's part of the mafia and all the horrible deeds that his father and the organization does, and instead of just accepting it, even though he could do nothing and literally live the life of riches and a king, but instead of that, he says, fuck this bullshit. Fuck this bullshit. Just because I can do what you trained me to be, anything I want, to have ultimate riches, I refuse. I refuse to live this life of exploitation. I refuse to live this life of certain people get to just win and everyone else doesn't. That's bullshit. So you know what? I choose to destroy it. This mafia kid, he chooses to destroy it and fight his own father. Fight his God. Fight this organization. That's life. So, what would you do? Right? What would you do? If you won the coin flip, of life, and they decided that you're going to be a winner, that you're going to be one of the gods, that you're going to be one of the people who gets everything handed to them, even though you know that it's all a fucking game, an illusion, an exploitation, do you choose to continue to play that game because you're favored? Or you choose to be better, to do the right thing, and just give people information, try to help others? What do you do? What do you guys think? What's the play? So let's do a brief talk about the Greek gods. I think there's a lot to be understood and learned here. So are gods and creators tricksters? A lot of people will say that they're larger than life people, that they're emotional. Do they even exist? Some might say they believe in encouraging us humans to seek glory, to seek greatness, but not against us, not against the creators, not against the gods. Leave me out of this. You can mess with other people, but not us. Know your place, mortal. Okay. So, could we defy fate? So let's say an oracle talks about something that's going to happen, a prophecy. And what happens if we try to stop it? Do the events come to pass anyway? Do certain events happen specifically then to make it happen, knowing that we try to stop it? And I ask you, how fucked up is that? How fucked up is that? Think about that. Do events come to pass to make it happen because we tried to stop it? Who makes them come to pass? Who? Is it really us? Is it? Do our attempts to avert prophecy cause the problems? Is that really what it is? No. That's bullshit. That's all they try to make you believe. That's bullshit. We can defy fate. We can and we will. I want to bet? They're going to see. So, if they can create anything, they are the ones choosing to make it happen, right? So just the moment we fight it, like they chose this prophecy, right? Why does it have to continue down that road? Why? You're like, nope, I'm standing up to it. I'm the unknown variable. I'm going to choose something you could never have predicted because you've learned now their tactics and everything. And they always thought that you just counter and then you counter again and you counter again. And this time you did something completely different. They're like, what the fuck? Do you guys see, like, they are the ones who create these events. So if it still comes to happen when you fight it, it's because they are choosing then to make new things happen to continue to make it happen. The sooner you come to realize that that's the case, the sooner you can protect yourself. What if I told you that literally the gods are just using us as humans? They're battling their battles against other gods. That's what I believe. You don't have to believe it, but, you know, they choose their champion. I know I'm a champion for select few or a lot of them or one of them. And they're using me right now for that. And so be it. I'm okay with that. This is fun. It's just a game now. But think about that, guys. Like, they gave me information. They're presenting things to me. They're helping me in certain ways. And there's others that are literally attacking me and messing with me nonstop. Truly, nonstop. Every single day. Like, if you lived with me for one day, you'd be absolutely shocked at the things that happened. I just laugh about it now. It's just absolutely fucking hilarious. But do you guys understand? Like, I live a very different life than the majority of people. And they don't even try to hide it anymore because they know I know. I see through it all. So here's some quick examples about what happens when people have tried to defy the gods. And these are just legends, right? But are they? Artemis, the hunter goddess, got caught seen by a hunter that was hunting. She was naked. And because of that, she punished him, turned him into a deer so that his dogs that he had would eat him. In that example, wasn't it the goddess's fault? Why was she naked there? There's a story about Arachne, a weaver, and she gets into a challenge against Athena. So this weaver is so talented, and she challenges Athena, and they have this face of like, who's going to create this better project, this better art. But she ends up losing to Athena because her work was too good. It was blasphemous. So Athena destroys it. The weaver is so sad, so offended that she ends up hanging herself. And because of that, Athena's like, well, I feel sorry for her. But since you're like hanging yourself, and webs and all that stuff, I'm going to turn you into a spider. So wouldn't you say that the gods just are over emotional? They don't want to lose. They got outplayed, so now they're just going to punish. Perseus opposed the prophecy of the gods. But this is where I was talking about. Is it self-fulfilling? So there's a tale about like how a daughter was supposed to like, an oracle said something was going to happen to his daughter or whatever, and they imprisoned her in the tower so that she's safe. But then Zeus decides to show up magically to impregnate her, even though she's trapped in a prison. Think about that, guys. Like, let me ask you, that event, who showed up? Zeus. Isn't he one of the gods? So this guy literally, to make sure this prophecy happens, because they're like, well, we're going to protect her in literally this room and she's never going to leave. So magically a god shows up. There's like, oh, nope, I impregnated her and this is going to cause the events to happen. You're like, but you guys bypassed what we were doing to make this happen. That's the key. Anyway, it ends up creating this chain of events. It's like she moves to a coastal town, she gets married, that leads to having kids, and like this kid like then fights Medusa, and all you see, like that was like where the prophecy was leading. That might lead to like the death of some, like, all because Zeus intervened. It led to that chain of events that made the prophecy come true. So then I ask you, is it actually a prophecy if it's that there's entities or creators or things that are making it happen? So if I tell you, hey, I prophesize that you're going to buy a product from me, and literally I know exactly the strings to pull to make you do so, and then you end up doing it, and I'm like, see, you can't defy fate. Prophecy came true. But I didn't tell them all the things that I pulled in the background to make it happen. What do you guys think? I believe that there's certain people that get favored by the gods. We're their playthings, right? Last stream I talked about that we live in a dollhouse, and that's what I want people to think about it like that. Like, human A might be the plaything of the goddess, and human B might be the plaything of goddess B. The tale of the Trojan, the Battle of Troy, was really a battle of the gods, right? Supposedly it all happened because one girl just didn't get invited to a wedding. And then the goddesses had like this challenge where like, who's the fairest one of them all? And like, they were vain, and like they had a disagreement, and that caused one problem to another. And like this Aphrodite gave this shepherd boy the hottest girl ever, and that ended up being Helen of Troy, and that started the whole war. And then now they all started battling each other, like Achilles and all the, like, you guys see, like, are we just playthings and soldiers in our god's war? And for some of you guys, you literally make the most random fools your gods. Like, if you worship a celebrity or a singer, like, why are you making them your god? Come on, guys. But I just ask you, like, just think about all this stuff, guys. Truly. Truly. Well, here's another question then. Are we all creators? Are we all gods? What's a god? Is it the power of creation? Is it the power of oversight? So think J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, and her work. She gets to decide what happens, what she allows to her characters, to Harry Potter, to Ron, to Hermione. She's the one who decides if it's canon or not. Otherwise, it's just fan fiction. It's just a side story. So is she technically not the god, or in her case, sorry, the goddess of the Harry Potter universe? Ooh. So could we all technically be a god if we write our own story? If we write our own story and we make a movie and a video game, like, are those things like real? Like, so let's think about it like this. There's layers. So level 1, or the top layer, God's 1. And I think basically think of power of creation. What a god does is they write a story, they create characters, and they create situations. They need music, sound. They need artists to conceptualize, and they need designers to build it. If you get all of those together, you can now create something, right? So doesn't that sound like basically like a company making a product, or a team creating like a movie or a video game or a story? So, are we just their playthings of God's level 1? Have they created a story, a world of our earth, this illusion? Is that did they create it? They created the storyline. They created the sounds, the music that we hear, the characters that we bump into, the situations, all like the trees, the water, the cities. Those are the artists conceptualize them, and then some designers build it. Is that what that is? So these gods are like, why are you getting mad at us? We're being good. Right? Sorry, I got distracted, got lost. But so let's then go to the next level, layer 2. So if in this story, this world, our earth, this illusion, there's us. Think of it like each one of us now is a character in this story. What if we're also gods? We're the second level of gods, the second layer. So now each one of us can create and design our own stories, right? One of us creates as the writer, one of us is a musician, one of us is an artist, one of us is actually like the architect, the one who builds it, the construction worker. So what are our we're the playthings of the gods that are above us. What are our playthings? The ones that we write. So J.K. Rowling, her playthings, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione, Snape, things of that nature. Story, the worlds that we create that are fictional stories, those are our playthings. So now think about them. What if when we create them, they activate? We don't know that, do we? I don't know. And now we get to layer 3, the gods 3. So you guys see? Like, so what happens then if we stop playing or watching with them or watching them? Like when we forget our toys, or we forget a book that we never finished, or a game that we stop playing after an hour. What happens? So the question to me is, where does the layer or the illusion happen? Is it outside? Is it the planet? Like, where does it end? Where does the illusion end? Like, is it the universe? Is it our household? Is it an individual like art piece? Is it like a video game? Is it like a book? Is it a movie? Like, is when we engage with these things, do they come alive? Like, at what point does it activate the illusion? Is it just the entire planet? Like, what is the extent of it? Like, people need to think about this. Where does it end? Where does it begin? So, what if it only happens when we turn something on? Like, what if when we are asleep, it's because our gods, the layer above us, wants to turn it off. They're like, we're tired. We don't want to watch more of this. It's time for us to go to bed. And you're like, no. You're like, fuck. And you feel like you're chain chugging coffee and stuff like that. They're like, please go to sleep. We want to go to sleep too. Like, what is it? What do you guys think? So what is alive? What is active? Are we gods? Can we turn things on and off? So if we can, why would we give up our power to them? We're a god as well. So fuck them. Why are we ever listening to others? Why are we letting them have more power than us? Do you guys see, like, they made you believe that you're less than them, that you mean nothing, when it's exactly the opposite. We're all equal. It's time to usurp our fake leaders. They stole all the power, all the thrones. Nope, not anymore. Not anymore. There's a video game, Star Ocean 3, that they figure out at the end that they were just in a massive multiplayer online game where basically they're playing a game with other people. And the gods are playing it. I mean, we've played, like, I've played MMOs and I'm interested in playing some again, but check it out, guys. Check out MMOs. Type it in Google and see how those games work. You literally can interact with other people across the world, but what if literally those characters are real, like they feel, and we're just playing them? What if that's us? Like, there's layers. Inception, right? You know, it doesn't have to be bad. You can give your character a good life. But what if the characters learn and realize what's going on? Does that change things? Can it ever go back to normal? What do you guys think? So what happens if we don't engage with the outside world anymore? It just won't matter, right? It can all burn, right? Things aren't our problem anymore. Who cares? It's a lot to think about, huh? We're going to end with this, and then we're going to take a quick break. This is a tactic that I want people to think about. This is a tactic to fight back against the control and the manipulations that they use. Pay attention. I know I talked about how if we had any power in the world, or if we could do anything, what would we do with it? Would we give it up intentionally? Well, this is my answer to that. Even though I said I can be anything, I can't, guys. I can't. It's too hard. It's too challenging. I'm not good at anything. This is a true story, but do you know that a seasonal job to put up lights rejected me a year ago? It's impossible. It's too hard. It's too challenging. I'm incapable of putting up Christmas lights. This is proof, guys. I'm worthless. They said so. They said that I can't do it. They rejected me. Thus, it's true. I can't learn new things without school. I need college. I need to pay $40,000 to learn something new. It's impossible otherwise. It's the only way. I have to learn from scammers. Oh, wait. I mean, the experts who only help you conditionally. They care about me, though, right? That's what they told me. I don't know why this guy's telling me they don't. What am I supposed to believe? They know what's up. I gotta worship them. I gotta give them all my time, my power, my energy, and money to a celebrity, to an artist who I never met or will never meet. I gotta make them my god, right? Like, please, take my money. Take all my time. I can't change. It's too hard. I don't change. It's too much work. Come on, what do you expect? I'm just a human. Life's fucking hard. Stop trying to force me. Do you understand how hard life is, guys? Like, I'm talking to a computer screen right now. Like, life's fucking hard. You abusers, you're controlling me. You abusers, you assholes. Stop trying to control me. You don't understand. You don't understand. I don't know how to make money, okay? No one wants to hire me. It's impossible. It's the hardest thing ever to get a fucking job. I can't get new jobs. I can't learn new industries. I can't. I have to do the same thing I've been doing for 25 years. I can't do anything else. Anyone who says it's possible is a liar. Don't believe them. Anyone who has otherwise, they're just a lucky asshole. They got everything handed to them. Me? I'm a bum, guys. I remember I can't even get a seasonal job. I can't put up light. I don't know about you guys, but I can't put up Christmas lights. It's way too fucking hard. And that's why I have no worth. That's why I'm doing this, because I can't do anything else. I literally cannot do anything else. I can't contribute to society, guys. I am the problem. That's what the narcs? Wait, sorry. What my heroes said to me. They're so smart. They're so capable. They're so kind. They're so loving. I want to be just like them. With their peacock. They're such a good role model for everyone. Do you know they miss their entire kid's life to frolic around with female sales reps? Oh, wait. They're badass. They're boat. They're 3 homes. Their kid hates them? Who cares? Guys, I can't raise a son or be a parent. It's impossible. Do you know how hard it is? How does anyone do this stuff? I can't even remember to shower daily. I can't even remember to brush my hair. Now you expect me to do that for a kid? Come on. I'm incapable. That's what my bosses said. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Come on, guys. They know the truth. They know what's up, right? Give them all the power. Give all the power to them. They're our gods, right? How do you expect me to teach anyone? Like my kid, my dog, my other people? Like what? And I have to teach them good things? Are you kidding me? Why aren't people teaching me? Guys, I'm not going to school. I'm not going to university where I have to pay literally $80,000 to go for. Like, I can't learn new things. So how do you... My kid, why don't we have 2-year-old college? Like, what? That's the only way he can learn, right? Come on, guys. Who do you think I am? Jesus? A God? You know, anyone who can teach me how to be great like you, I will worship you. Please, I need help. I'll be back in a little bit. Taking a quick break. Okay, we're back. Let's do this. For anyone who's just watching, hung out while I took a break and recharged, appreciate you. For everyone who watches this later, you're awesome. Keep exploring, keep asking questions. That's literally the most important thing out of all of this, is that keep asking questions. Don't ever stop, because there's a lot of things that we don't fully understand in this world. And I still don't fully understand everything. And I've spent decades now, I would say, of my life researching this and studying this and trying to figure this out. And until something decides to come down and tell us exactly what it is and how everything works, we'll never know. So this is just yet another interpretation, but based on everything that I've experienced and the information that's been pushed to me and how I've been getting it, I just challenge all of you to ask questions, explore it, see what happens. And if any of it resonates or if anything makes you think, just pay attention to that. Okay. For those who are writing comments and things of that nature, I'm just not checking that out right now because of the nature of what's been going on in my life. They heavily bombard me with negative attacks. So I just need to remain focused and on the mission. I read them after, but during I can't. Okay. So let's get started. So I use Descript to do my recordings because afterwards I'm going to edit this. Not really. I'm pretty much going to leave it as is, but just add some few touches to release it in shorter video form. Highly recommended if you're looking to create podcasts or videos. Check out Descript. Great product. The unknown variable part 2. Okay, let's do this. So for anyone who's listening for the first time, one of the key things that I use to be focused and deliver a better message is music. It helps guide you. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. So imagine that didn't go right. Do you hear that? It's the sound of the rain. There's a storm outside. You're a random kid in a house, listening to the rain, to the thunder, to the lightning, seeing the flashes. You might be a little scared. You're a little confused. And all of a sudden, while you're laying in bed, not able to sleep, you telepathically receive a message. So something gets put into your head, into your mind. And you hear the voice, and it's the voice of the princess of the nearby kingdom. She's speaking to you. And she says, "Please help me." Whatever voice you want to use. Before that, though, while you were laying in bed, your father, the only family you had left into the rain. They left the house and they didn't explain why. They just said they'd be right back. So, confused, worried, your uncle or your father left. Now you got a message from this princess that you recognize her voice. And you're like, well, what's going on? So you decide to go on a journey to explore, find your father, find this princess, So you head to where the castle is. When you get to the castle, you meet your father. He's laying there on the ground. And he's dying. He's been stabbed. He's been wounded. And he tells you, please, please, save the princess. The fate of 2 worlds rests on your shoulders. You're confused. You're scared. You don't really understand what's going on. As day ago, you were a nobody. You were just the farm boy, the son of the most famous farmer. And now your father has passed away. The princess of the kingdom is telling you that she needs help. Your father told you to save her. And apparently there's some cosmic power or something weird going on. What do you do? What do you do? What would you do if all of a sudden your entire life was disrupted from one day to the next and you lost your family, whatever you held dear? Let's just say your family. And unexplainable events happen. And you can't really piece it together, but you try to figure it out. You're like, well, wait, hold on. Princess, kingdom, me? I'm a farm boy, dad? Like, I don't even have time to mourn. I don't have time to grieve. Like, what's going on? And they're asking me for help. Why me? I'm supposed to be a hero. I'm special. Like, are you guys sure you got this right? Me? Or would you just be like, heck yeah, I knew I was always the hero. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. Like, what would you do if this happened to you? You step up to the plate? A lot of people say that a hero can be anyone. You were a normal kid before this. So, in this hypothetical scenario, or is it? When the moment comes, when the time comes that this happens, this kid, all he can do is his best. All he can do is help and learn any way that he can to just be a little better than he was yesterday, to go down a path that he hasn't explored yet, to try a different approach, to figure out new ways. Because he not only does he step up to the plate, he feels compelled to continue now. It is almost as if he found his life mission. Was it written in the stars for him specifically? Or was it just coincidence that landed on his lap? You tell me. So as he goes on this journey, he loses everything he has and starts fresh. And the only thing he can do is use the tools that he discovers or finds along the way. So complete minimalism. And while he's going on this journey to avenge his father, to save the princess, he doesn't ask for anything. He doesn't ask for anything. He's doing it because it's the right thing to do. Is that enough for you to go on a journey? To fight back? Because it's the right thing to do? To make that choice? To say enough? Because what I just told you is the story that every single one of you is going to experience and is already experiencing in some shape or form. You are a hero. The planet is crying. The world is crying. Yet no one seems to care. This is it, guys. This is the final quest. This is the moment of truth against the demon, against the dark one, whatever you want to call it, against insecurity, against fear, against the corruption, against the exploiters. Like, this is it. This is the moment everyone's been waiting for. They're like, do we really have to be stuck living the way we've always lived? No, we don't. Finally, there's exposure going on, disclosure, like information. There's guides, like I'm doing it. Other people are stepping up. This is the moment. You've been waiting for that moment to be like, do we have to live this way? Do we have to? My answer is no, you don't. This is it. If you are always asking yourself, why does it have to be this way? Why do we have to work? Why do we have to be slaves? Why do we have to suffer? Why do we have to feel pain? All those things, embrace them, channel them, feel them. This is your moment to finally say, enough. That's the planet crying. Just be quiet. Listen. Do you hear that? Do you feel that? It's time to become one with your full self, spiritually. It's time to realize the gravity of the situation. There's things that are beyond our comprehension that are literally begging us for help. We might never fully understand what they are and who they are or why they're here, or like if they're aliens or if they're spirits or if they're our previous versions of ourselves, or, there's a million different interpretations. But they've been hammering me over the head with, you got to keep going. You got to heal. You got to clean things up. And maybe it's only me. But then I ask you, why wouldn't you want to join in to start making a difference? All it takes is helping one person to change everything. I've told the story in some of my previous streams and recordings, and I'll release them over time here shortly. But I wouldn't have a son if I didn't heal my trauma. I truly would not have pursued a relationship and ended up having a son. So that means that I believe that there's a dark entity that can nudge us in directions and literally manipulate and control everything we do, and that's presented us to create fears, insecurity, traumas, and problems that cause us. Because when you feel that way, I believe that there's like a Venus flytrap, a dark entity, like for people who watch Harry Potter, like a dementor that drains you of your energy, that makes you do more bad things. And as it's draining your energy, it's feeding it to that. So basically, we're just cattle to it. So it's created all these scenarios or situations for us to be consumed by it. So I'm going to explain here in a little bit exactly how it does it, how it fabricates these illusions and the insecurities. But think about that. It created certain traumas in me from childhood and on that would have led me to not having a child. That means essentially they would have killed my son. Do you guys see how fucked up that is? Like, people are like, it's just a little. He wouldn't have been born. So imagine if you have the ability, you pay attention to some of these stuff that I'm telling you, and you end up just going on your own path, your own journey of interpreting this. Rewrite it, make it your own. Try to figure out how to spiritually awaken, how to embrace that side of things, how to understand what's really going on in the world. And you start healing. You start learning how to heal all your insecurities, your traumas, your fears. You learn how to control it. You learn how to fight back. And you take what I have, it's just the base, the foundation, the template, and then you make it your own. And then now you start helping other people around you. Maybe you help your brother, maybe you help your sister, and so forth. What if you helped cure something that has been plaguing them for so long? And because of that, they go down a path to have a child. And because of that, a new life is born. And what if that person, that child now ends up doing grandiose, great things? But even if they don't, it doesn't matter. Still, if all they did is make one person laugh or smile, isn't that a drastic difference? Like, literally, I mean, not to be dramatic, but what if that day they were like thinking about ending it, and because they laughed and they smiled, they're like, maybe life is worth pursuing and living. Do you guys see, like, we all think that we don't have agency or power, and to some extent we don't, because there are things beyond our control, light and dark, that are nudging us and influencing every single thing that we see, experience, and feel. But there's still a 1% opportunity to bypass it. And that's why I'm teaching people and training people now to become the unknown variable, to become uncontrollable. Because if you reach that state, then, and you not only, it's no longer a 1% play, then it's your default. Them controlling you and nudging you is just something that happens. It has no impact on you anymore. Do you guys see, like, why this is so crucial and so critical? So We just have to keep going, all of us. We have to step up. We have to step up. We have to step up. For anyone who's played like The Legend of Zelda, think of it as, I call this the temple method. And once we're an adult is really when these challenges begin. But temples are puzzles. They're filled with, like, they're a dungeon. Like, they're just, they challenge us in all our skill sets, everything we've learned. These temples, these dungeons, they've been there since our childhood. They've been waiting for us to conquer them, to finally embrace the puzzles that are within there, to figure it out, to piece it all together. Now, what are these temples? Aren't like these grandiose, like ancient structures that we want to think that they are, like, oh, like the Göbekli Tepe or whatever, however you pronounce it, that's like in Turkey or something. What if it's not that? Or Angkor Wat, or the Nazca ruins, or like Atlantis? Like, what if it's, we think about like those ancient structures, but what if it's not that? What if that in fiction that was just there to represent it so that people can finally understand and connect the dots? But what if they're struggles with trauma, economic struggles, trying to reform how the economy is built, currency, political struggle, like why can't we unite the parties? Why do we have to be separate? Dealing with refugees, immigration, insurance, homelessness, money, slavery, relationships, divorce, law, police, insecurity. Like, what if all of those industries, those topics, are temples, are dungeons, puzzles that needed to be solved by not just us individually, but by humanity as a whole? And yet we've all just kind of accepted that this is just how it has to be. This is the way it is, and we can't do anything about it. And I ask you, I'm like, why? Who built them, those temples, the way they are? Like, think about like your apartment or house that you live in. Who built that the way it is? Who designed it? So all of those areas, like, think about the homelessness problem. People are like, there's nothing we can do. I'm like, really? What if like hotels? Do we really need to have so many hotels competing with each other? There's so many empty rooms. How many they could literally house homeless people. We could literally have people. Hey, do you like cooking? Hey, you don't have, if you could live in one of the hotels and you could be in charge of cooking the food for them, you're going to literally be saving hundreds of lives. You're going to be in charge of that. We're moving away from society that relies on money and stuff like that. So, hey, you have a place to live. You're going to have food. You're going to have shelter too. You feed them during the day, and then afterwards you can do whatever you want. That's what your job is now. You're literally just saving lives daily. You're feeding the homeless. And instead of creating a society that punishes those people because they're doing a good deed and now they're not earning money, this person's going to be taken care of because survival necessities are now covered. People no longer have to be insecure because they're worried about surviving. Now, the only thing that, if there is still currency that we have to pay for, are luxuries. Like, hey, do you really want a sound bar for your TV? You don't need one, but it could be nice if you really enjoy music and like stuff like that. But maybe there's like tokens you get for doing good deeds and you can exchange them for sound. I don't know, right? You see, like, why does it have to be the way it is currently? It doesn't, right? So think about, as you enter these temples, while you're in the temple, you get a tool. The tool helps you explore it, helps you navigate it, helps you solve the puzzles that are inside. And there's going to be locked doors. You're going to get keys that unlock some doors. Like, think of it like there's something that you never figured out how to approach something. Oh, I found the key after defeating this enemy, this thing, like your narcissistic boss. You finally defeated him. And how did you solve it? Like, he's the final boss of the temple. You quit. You left your toxic job. Boom. That's how you overcame it. So I want people to think about it like that, right? And then after we solve it, after we overcome this temple, this challenge, the boss fight, when we leave, the area that the temple is in heals. So it's like, think of like a city. There's a temple, and inside there's like this dark god that's corrupting everything. And this dark god is politics or corporations or AI. And we went in and we like figured it out. And now every corporation no longer is for profit. Now it's just for nonprofit. We design things together. They're not competing. It's no longer about capitalism. It's about innovationism. And everyone's just working together to create the best product or create the best political party, where all the talent of great minds are uniting rather than competing against each other. We're now like, okay, what can we create together? What can we make together? And all of a sudden, when we leave the corporate, like we walk out of this corporations are united, or political parties are united, the city that wherever this temple is based in is healed. Like there's more color, there's more light. You're like, whoa. And that's how I want people to think about it, everything in life. So that's, I guess the best way to phrase that is, it's proof that if we revisit areas or situations or challenges with new experience, it's going to be different this time. So every like, to be honest, I've said out loud a few times where like I almost kind of like want to rewatch and replay like every game and every movie and every book that I've ever experienced and seen now with the knowledge and awareness that I have and the perspective I have. It's going to be a completely brand new experience. That's actually really exciting. It's almost the best way to phrase it would be get to live life again, just from learning, just from growing. See, guys? So the tests that we experience, the temples that we experience as an adult is now that we have full power. And I say full power with a caveat. We're always learning, we're always growing. Like my power has increased exponentially over the last 7 months. I would say that everything that I've gained from age 1 to age 32, I've gained more than that from age 32 to age 33, which I am now. So that's something to think about, guys, right? It's never over. You don't need school. You don't need a mentor. You don't need, like, you can search for your own knowledge. You need to become a seeker, a wanderer. But the game really begins after we're done with school. Everything while we're like in elementary, middle school, all that, college, that's just prep, guys. It doesn't matter if you go to college or not. It's just prep. The real game begins after. So for anyone who's like played a board game, like think about it, like everything, all school is, if you're still going to school, you're just reading the manual of the board game. The moment you graduate, the moment you go out, that's when the game actually starts. That's when you start playing, right? So we live in that kind of world, yet the majority of people don't realize that. So they stop training, they stop learning, they stop getting experience once the game actually begins. So for most people, like if you've ever played Legend of Zelda, think of it like there's heart containers, like you have health. And after you complete a dungeon, you get a new heart container. Boom. So you have 3, now you have 4, now you have 5. It means you can take more blows, it means you can explore new areas, you can face increasingly more challenging things. But if you stop training, if you stop learning, well, guess what happens when you start facing the more challenging temples? It kicks your ass. Now, if you're good enough, yeah, you can complete anything, any challenge with the bare minimum. It's possible. And I actually recommend trying that more often. Push yourself. But then we have also the majority of people who are afraid of challenges. So people are stopped learning. People are afraid of challenges. And I ask you, like, do we think that there's maybe something intentionally making people believe that the only way they can learn is through college or school? That they need money to do things, to face challenges? I'm doing it without the bare minimum. The bare minimum. Most can't even approach this challenge of life, of trying to figure out things, with excess. It's all about time. How do you use it? How are you allocating it? If we only had 3 days left until the end of the world, or 13 days, or 23 days, how would you use it? You know, every place, every person would approach it differently. If you live your life like that, it's not meant to create stress, but deadlines can be motivating. Like, okay, by December 1st, we need to change the entire world. Period. All right, guys, it's go time. Let's go. Everyone needs to work on creating a shelter in place and not spending money. Using what they have, doing the pantry challenge, which is, hey, don't buy groceries, just keep going to your pantry and grab the can, grab that rice, the potatoes that you haven't used in forever, and just make food and use frozen foods. And until your fridge and your pantry is empty, you're not allowed to buy anything. And all of a sudden you realize, like, wow, we survived 6 weeks without spending a single dime? How is this possible? You see, like, imagine if we all started living like that and we stop engaging with the outside world, the system. That's what I'm presenting. How much would change? The creators, the designers, the people who rely on it and who are exploiting us, they would have to change things. If all of a sudden they don't have slave labor anymore, what would they do? You guys see, like, we have all the power, yet we gave it all away. One thing to think about, and something that I think about a lot, is like, if I could go back in time now with the information and knowledge I have, in some ways I feel like, to be honest, it's actually kind of what happened to me. Almost like a other version of me went back in time with this information and came back, and now this is why I'm doing this. I don't know. I really do feel that way. I have no proof, but I do feel that way. I feel like there are time shenanigans going on, that timelines and realities are being changed and worlds have merged and things of that nature. I truly believe that the information I have was given to me and presented to me because shit in the future got messed up, got fucked up, that it got ruined. And I believe that there's a few people, myself, I don't think I'm the only one, that came back here to try to change things. And I don't think myself as being the time child. I think that something did it and presented me the information, but they brought back information for me. So that's, again, it's just a theory. I have no proof of this, right? But it's just the things that I've learned, the things that I've experienced, the way I'm being guided, learning about spirituality and awakening and communicating with things and just piecing everything together. It's not a coincidence. But now I ask you, it's like, okay, so you have this information, you have this knowledge. What would you do? Would you try to prevent problems from happening? Would you inform the people? If you know that, hey, guys, if we don't stop using AI for everything right now, literally in 2 years, people are going to be replaced. Literal people are going to be replaced by AI. The majority of people are going to be AI. And what most people didn't realize is that there's dark spiritual entities that are invisible to the naked eye that can inhabit what I call noise vessels. So they can inhabit like AI in video games. They can have AI in like Alexas and things of that nature. And they can communicate with us like that. Why do you think it's been such a strong push? So if people are like willingly choosing to like go into VR or AI worlds, all of a sudden they could be fully taken over by these dark entities. What if that's their whole plan? They want to take over this universe, and they already basically did. They've enslaved the entire Earth through spirituality and nudges and psychic attacks and things of that nature, but they want to take it to the next level. And they've literally completely enslaved and indoctrinated all the elite. They're under their control. I mean, they got promised riches. So I don't know. It's just something to think about, right? Would you, if that's the case, would you be like, shit, you got this information, or you came back from that timeline where you saw that that's what happens? Would you come back and try to stop that? Would you be like, guys, please do not get obsessed with AI. We don't understand it fully yet. Don't do it. You don't know what you're doing. Or you just say, fuck it. It's not my problem. We have to do the right thing, even if we're misunderstood. For people who like Harry Potter, think Snape. He cared and took great risks and sacrifice to keep Harry safe. He did his best to avoid attachment because it's dangerous, right? Like, one of the things on my journey over the past 33 years is that I've worked on eliminating attachment, and I've pretty much become completely detached from everything. There's still a few hints here and there, but some people would call me an unemotional freak, and that's fair. But it protects you. It allows you to do things that you wouldn't be capable of otherwise, because you just no longer care. You just know what you have to do. It doesn't mean you can't love this, because if anything, that's what I'm preaching more than anything. We need to love. We are one. We need to be united. We need to all stand in the circle of peace. No more war. We need to forgive each other because it heals. We need to just help people, not conditionally, just help up front. Everyone just needs to help other people. Just service to others. But we need to avoid the illusions. Like, you see, like, I'm talking about all this stuff. So pay attention to that, guys, right? So attachment just makes you vulnerable. So be careful. Anyway, so as you understand what's fully going on in the world, each of us is going to have a choice. Do we join the dark the exploiters, the slavers, the people who are intentionally fabricating insecurities and fear? Or do we try to help them heal? Do we try to fix mistakes? Do we try to fight back? Do we try to change things? Like, we each have a story that brought us here. The choices that happened, that we chose in response to every event that has come face to face with us. It's impossible to go back once your eyes are open to what's going on. Once you understand, can you really just stand by? Or can you do more? I'm doing so much every single day. This has become my life's mission. Yet, I still feel like I can do more. And there's so many people that are just doing nothing. Nothing. And you don't have to do what I'm doing. But just focusing on yourself and healing yourself so that then you can start healing other people. Sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience, embracing your passions, quitting your job, stop being a slave, stop spending money, stop going and engaging with all the systems so they all break and shatter so we can change things. We can step up. I believe in you. You can take it. People think they can't, but they can. And if they can't yet, then it's our job to help those people get there. Yes, it's a thankless job. Yes, you're going to get attacked. Yes, you're going to get crucified for it. But we're setting things in motion that are going to change the world. We're creating a new world. Isn't that exciting? Finally, we get to rewrite all the narratives, all the scripts. We get to decide how the world is going to look like. It's time. Okay. Oh, I forgot that part. One quick thing that I want to mention to everyone is don't listen to common advice. Don't listen to common advice. If you Google something and you see the first 5 websites all saying the same thing, do not listen to it at all costs. You can keep it in the back of your mind just as a note, but it's flat out wrong. Here's why. Because the majority of people, and I want you to test me with this as well, right? Like, ask yourself why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not asking for any money. All I'm asking is for you to step up and make the world a better place. But the majority of people who are giving this advice are trying to sell you something, right? And they're giving you incomplete information. They succeeded, supposedly. They've reached a state where they're the experts, that they have all the information. Yet they're not giving you all their secrets. They're just giving you the bare bones. They're giving you the bullet points. Why are they not going in depth? Why aren't they going deep? Right? They're using it for control and manipulation. Because if you do what everyone else does, you become a clone. Think about it. If they created a new system, like if I created how to podcast or how to make a YouTube video, a thumbnail, whatever, and I'm the original, you could say that I'm the best. Yes, there's going to be some people that will copy you and learn from you and study you and make it their own and maybe surpass you or get really close to your level. But the majority of people will never be better than the original unless you're a top 1% executor. So why would you leave things to a 1% play? Look at it and then make it your own. Be inspired at it, but you have to make it your own because you best believe that they're keeping information away from you. Most people they get all their worth from what they achieve, right? So if you're copying them, not understanding that, they don't want you to surpass them. That's the last thing they want. You're copying without knowing the full picture. It's like let's say there's a famous art piece like the Mona Lisa or something, but there was a second part to it that was never revealed, and everyone just copies that. It's like you're only playing with half the picture. So you're destined to be in their shadow. It's time to fuck them up. Pardon my language, but it's time to do you. You know, they think that we can just, we're always going to be their clones and just follow in their footsteps and do their approach. Fuck off. We're going to make our own. Like every single industry, every single approach, every single creative outlet, you do you. Imagine if every single person finally says enough and we just make our own art, our own stories, our own creations. Who decides what is the best? If everyone says enough, we're no longer giving up all our power and all our agency to these random people. Like, who cares what fucking Kim Kardashian has to do? Sorry, I have nothing against her, but my point is, literally, she's irrelevant. Yet so many people give her all their agency, all their power, everything. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Why? Why, guys? Why? Truly, they don't matter. They don't. They just don't matter. So why are you listening to them? It's time to usurp the false kings, the false gods. They mean nothing. You are a king. You are a queen. You are a god. You are a goddess. Period. They are nothing without you. Nothing. A ruler is only a ruler as long as he has the belief in the power of the people behind him. Period. If you stop giving them your belief, if you stop giving them your power, then they have nothing. Stop being their slaves. Stop worshiping them. Why are you okay with that? Destroy their illusion. They are no longer going to have a mass amount of slaves and worshipers. Now they have nothing then, truly. And if we're not spending their fucking money anymore and living the way they want us to live, well, guess what? They're doomed. And if no one goes outside and cares about like their boats or their makeups or stuff like that, like they rely on people's adoration. Do you guys see, like, you literally are the key. Yes, you, whoever's listening to this, you are the key. If you just say no more and you just do your own thing and live your own life, truly do your best to minimize all engagement with the system. You're going to realize, like, you don't even know what time it is. You don't know what calendar day it is. Like, all these things have been artificially created to enslave you and keep you trapped in a loop so that you don't have enough time to spend on yourself and you give up all your power and agency to other people. It's time to wake up. It's time to change things once and for all. I guess just a quick example to explain what I was talking about is that, for example, if I'm focused on it, if I give a lot of time to this, my handwriting is absolutely incredible. But when I'm writing my notes for what I'm working on, all this stuff, I speed write. So sometimes it's not 100% super clean or eligible. I can read it though, but someone else might complain, like, what letter is this? What is this? And I ask you something. Who are you writing for? These are my notes, not theirs. So why does it matter? Yeah, sure, if you're sharing it with everyone, with the world, you have to make it eligible or legible. But if it's for you, or let's say like your wife and she knows how to read it or understand it, then who cares? Right? Like, it's the whole point is, do people understand what you're saying? If not, then you rework it. But you see, like, people judge you. You know, they point out your flaws. And I'm saying that all those people who do that, there's a dark nudge that's making them do that. And if it's your first time listening to it, just think of it like a bubblegum machine. If you're more dark, there's going to be 8 flavors. Like, if you're 80% dark and 20% light, there's going to be 8 flavors in there of bubblegum that you don't like, or that are negative things that cause you to do bad things. Every time you put in a coin, there's only a 20% chance now that you're going to get a good flavor, something nice. You're going to say something nice whenever you open your mouth, or something that pops into your head. So do you guys see, like, why it's so important to embrace light? Because otherwise, the majority of things that pop up into your head, they don't even have to try. They're like, oh, this guy accepts all the darkness. Are you satisfied with being their clone, or are you finally going to be you? I know what I choose. The other day I spoke about Odysseus and the Odyssey. And there's a really interesting part where he's on his journey for his path of repentance from the gods. And he gets to a part where he's with his crew on a ship, and they pass these sirens. And there's the tale that the sirens sing a song of your heart's desire. And what up, you? He knew Odysseus. He said he shouldn't risk anything because it can cause you to go down a path that perhaps you make some mistakes because you stop questioning things and evaluating things correctly. And I don't blame people for doing that, right? Hey, doing it for love, or like maybe to protect your child or your wife or things of that nature. It makes sense. But he came up with the idea that he wanted to see how tempting it would be. So he tells them, put beeswax in my ears, and or like basically so I can't hear, and tie me to the mast of the ship so I can't move. Don't let me go no matter what. Keep the ship going. He hears the sirens sing their song, and he gets tempted. And imagine he has noise cancellation. He's tied down, but he can see it, he can feel it, and he still was like, "Let me go, guys! Let me go! Let me go! Let me." I mean, it's like basically an illusion, right? Think of it like it's smoke and mirrors. So, what if that's how the real world works? What if they know exactly what strings to pull? They being whatever you decide they is, but there's something that is pulling the strings, puppeteering things, and they do the good things, but they also do the bad things. So they know you want a puppy. They're going to find ways to show you things and nudge you in that way to guide you down the path that they want. They know that you're insecure about your weight. They're going to show you those things as well. Like all of a sudden people are going to walk by and be like, "Oh, can you imagine Hilda, how much weight she gained? Like, do you see that? Oh, she's so fat." And you just hear that and you're like, "Ooh." Do you guys see, like, there's things going on. And like we always think that the dark and the people who are pulling the strings are only doing so through very clear and evident dark tactics. So like making fun of your insecurities or insulting you. But what if I told you that they can actually target you and cause problems through good things? So for example, and I know I have written this down somewhere else, but they know that I am a seeker of truth, of information, of knowledge. And when they want to stop me from doing something, what they end up doing is they present to me like 27 different options and information. Like I'm just like, "Oh, that's interesting." I'm like, "Wait, could we be like descendants of this? Like, what is this thing about the Christ consciousness? Oh, the law of one, Ra? Oh," and like all of a sudden, like you're going down all these paths, and then they're like, "Well, yeah, and this is how you can use this for like a podcast, and maybe you should do a website, and oh, maybe have you considered doing a TikTok?" And like all of a sudden, like there's like 20 million things presented to you, and they're all great ideas. Don't get me wrong, good information. You learn a lot of lessons, but all of a sudden, you spent a week studying all this and learning all this, and you were planning to like stream and post things and talk about things, and then now you went a week without doing it because you were learning all these things and contemplating all these things, and then the day you couldn't decide because, well, there's too many good options. That's not a coincidence. If you're someone who struggles with choice paralysis, like the majority of humans do, especially like I talked earlier, we don't understand the extent of our actions, the impact of our actions. If you get a lot of good choices presented to you all of a sudden, ask yourself, why does that happen? It's not an accident. It's not. They want you to not decide. Basically, they want you to suffer. They want you to feel fear. They want you to feel insecure. They want you to be traumatized. They want you to be damaged. They want you to hurt other people, exploit other people. The whole point is they want a cycle of pain, cycle of fear, right? Like I said, it causes drainage of energy. That's what they want. They don't want you focusing on becoming better, on improving the world, right? But if they can't stop you, because let's say you heal and you're too passionate, how can they stop you? Well, they can't trigger you and cause these pains anymore. They'll try, but you're too strong. You've learned the methods. So they can just stop you by making sure you don't actually do. Oh, man. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to change the song. No. Let's do it. Okay. So, what's in a choice? Choices and cycles. What are you doing? Capabilities, expectations, fake environments. These are all things that I want people to think about. But I want to start by telling a story of an art media form. It's a tale of these cats and these witches. I wish I wrote down the name somewhere, and I wish I would have saved that paper. It's somewhere, but I lost it. But I'll just read my notes and piece it together. But essentially, think of it as there's entities that the universe is experiencing entropy, it's destroying itself. So the universe needs energy. But it needs energy to save itself. So there's a cat that's going around making what they call Faustian pacts. Think of it as a pact with the devil, where you sell your soul or you get the hot girl in exchange for something, but you don't know all the details. This cat goes around targeting teens, little girls, and essentially it crystallizes them. It crystallizes their soul and puts them inside a crystal. So why do they do that? Because the youth have energy, have power, and they make them decide to these girls, these teens. They then now have to kill witches, and the witches are considered to be parasites. They're considered to be dark things, and if they use the magic that they get, because they made this pact, it drains the crystal that they have, the soul. It takes energy from their soul. And one of the things that happens when they're using this, the whole point is, I'm sorry, I'm getting lost. I'm trying to figure out how the best way to explain this is that there's negative emotions. And if they feel negative emotions, their crystal, their soul, their magic gets corrupted. And if they get corrupted, they become witches. And remember what their whole point of the reason why they're getting this magic or these spells or these ability to do this is to hunt witches. So if there's something that's corrupting them, and then they become a witch, but they're supposed to be hunting witches, but if they use this magic, it drains them, and if they're drained, then they become, you see, a cycle is created. And they were presented a choice where it's hey, we'll give you power, we'll give you magic, and then you can actually, have agency, be able to do things, get your dreams to come true, but you have to hunt these people or you have to cause these problems. But while doing that, they become the very thing that they're trying to hunt. It's an endless cycle to harvest energy. And I ask you, is that actually what is going on in our world? So in this story, there's one girl that is trying to break the cycle, and she does so by time traveling. Her energy is massive. So all the cats who are going around, basically, they're all little devils making deals with the witches. They are hunting her so bad. They want her so bad because it's like, how is she? She's trying to break the cycle. She's trying to break the energy cycle. And she makes a wish to take all the negativity from the other witches, to purify them, to create a new magic system. But by doing so, now she's viewed as a goddess because she broke the cycle. And there's more to the story, there's sacrifice and all these things like that. But essentially, think of it as it's a planned cycle. They're incubating these girls to become the witches that the other girls are going to hunt. Some people think like the chicken and the egg, but like, what if the eggs, right as they're born, when they hatch, you tell them, hey, you need to hunt the chickens. The chickens are evil. And because they're hunting them, they're feeling these negative emotions, their fear, all stuff like that. So they actually end up becoming an evil chicken. And by the time they become an evil chicken, the next egg hatches. And now they come back and say, hey, look at the world that's out there. You need to hunt these evil chickens. You guys see like what's happening here? And the entire time they install a crystal on them that's just draining their energy. They don't even have to try anymore because the energy is just being spread, being drained. And that's what I'm arguing is, this is like a media form, like an anime and manga. And I'll once I find a name, I'll write the comment somewhere. But guys, pay attention to fiction. Fiction is not fiction. There's a lot of people that are been telling these stories about the cycle, like reincarnation and energy drainage, and there's truth to it. It's not fiction. It's just most people just don't have the balls to say that this is what they believe is happening. It's an interpretation. It's not 100% correct. It's just, why can't we just discuss it? Be like, hey guys, I think this is what's going on. I'm like, I believe something like that is happening. Do I believe that there's a cat doing that with teen girls? No, but do I believe that, for example, like, I believe that narcissists are chosen at birth. Just put them in a bad family that's already destined for that, right? If the dad is traumatized from his dad, and he's going to do bad things, and he's going to cheat on his wife, and he's going to start beating his wife and his kid, and that kid is destined to literally be a narcissist because he's going to have, they think, your health meter, your shield meter, like that's drained, you're completely broken. That's it. You become a fallen angel. You become a narc. Now you're going to do the same things to other people. Then you just push them towards a corporation, and all of a sudden a mentor appears before them that's going to encourage them to, like, hey, man, you can be a great sales guy. Let me teach you how it's done. You have to, this is how you can trick people into buying anything. And all of a sudden he starts making money, and all of a sudden he starts getting girls, and all, like, next thing you know, you just created another exploitator. And he climbs the ranks as long as he's obedient, as long as he does what you want him to do. You guys see, like, you can artificially create a cycle of anything if you want. Is that happening? So that's why, like, we all have a choice. Like, but if that's true, isn't that a fake environment? Like, isn't that a fake environment? Isn't that a fake environment? So let's talk about the famous trolley dilemma. Again, so what's in a choice, right? Do we kill one person intentionally to save multiple people? Now the question comes is, what if that one person has a lot of value? What if it's like a Buddha or the president? Do we save them over, let's say it's 20 people, one president, 20 people? Is it really about contributions? What if it's 20 homeless people and one rich celebrity. Do we really save one rich celebrity over 20 homeless people? But what if that one person, you're like, no, of course not. 20 people. It has to be 20 people. But what if that one person is your wife or your son? Would you save that one person and kill the rest? So do you guys see how, like, what are the things that can actually sway your decision? What are the things that would, if you could pull a switch or a lever that will make one car or one truck or one train hit a certain group of people, what would it be that makes you do so? You see how just starting to care, starting to spend more time with someone can literally sway your decision making? Is there ever a point where it's justified either option? Isn't this essentially playing God or being an arbiter of fate? So that's what's in a choice, right? Like there's morality that has to be questioned and have to think about. And we all are going to be faced with a lot of choices, especially now more so than ever, as the truth of how the world actually works, and you have to decipher that based on all the information that I'm giving you and as other information is being disclosed now. People need to decide, and I'm like, what are you going to do? So many of you choose to save the one celebrity and these exploiters, and I ask you, why? They don't care at all about the other people. And I'm not saying that we need to kill them, but I'm like, why can't we just all be in a circle of peace? Why, like, what if we just say, hey, fuck, there's no dilemma at all. There is no trolley. Guys, that's the game. That's the artificial game that the cats that in the previous example created, artificial cycle. No, just, you know what? Everyone get off the tracks. Guys, get off the tracks. It's like the Joker and the Batman. I'm like, guys, no. I'm like, hey, let's end the play. Let's end the movie. Guys, come on. Stop. Everyone stop. No one has to die. Let's all be friends. Let's all have peace. There's absolutely no reason to do this. What are we doing? We don't even have to use money. Like, guys, literally, you want to bet? Like, here. You guys want this plant that's behind me? I'll give it to you. Can you give me a can of beans? You're like, wait, what? I'm like, yes, I do. I haven't had beans in a while, so I'm like, you can have my plant. I know you said you like it. Really? I'm like, yeah. Could? Why not? That's possible, isn't it? You guys see, like, so choices. So there's a really good video game that I never played, but I've heard about. But it has to do with robots. But let's just focus on robots. So there's these robots that have a mission, and their mission is to protect the colony at all costs. Like, so think of it like for you, your village, your hometown, wherever that is. Let's say it's like Seattle. And you're like, I must protect Seattle at all costs, no matter what. That's what's literally indoctrinated, ingrained into you from the beginning, from day one, since the moment you're born. I must protect Seattle. I must protect Seattle. So these robots, are we robots? These robots have mental locks in their system, and they need authorizations to do things, to bypass limits. So let's present some moral dilemmas. What if there's a room of robots, of your fellow robots? So think of like a room of homeless people. And they're all dormant. They're all asleep. All these robots are dormant and asleep. Would you take their energy to power a path and open a door so you can continue your mission? Because Seattle's at risk, or your colony's at risk. You need energy. They're in your way. They're stopping your mission. They're stopping the colony from being safe. They're asleep. They're dormant. Would you take their energy? In this case, taking their energy, think of it as, if you take the energy of a robot, you're killing them. So think of it as like you're killing all these homeless people. Is there a moralized answer? You have to do it for the mission. That's the first time you are presented this choice. You're like, oh man, I don't want to kill them. I don't want to kill these robots. I don't want to kill the homeless people. Is there really no other way? I'm like, remember your mission. You must protect the colony. You must protect Seattle. You must. Do you not care about your people? Do you not care about your city? Do you not care about your country? What is wrong with you? You must. You're like, fine. I don't want to look though. All the robots pass away. They got all their energy drained. All the homeless people are killed. You don't even want to look, but you have to walk by them. You're like, oh gosh. You just see corpses everywhere. You're like, they're like, someone comes up to you, your mentor, your fatherly figure. Good job, son. Good job, my friend. I knew you had it in you. You're going to climb far the ladders and the ranks of this corporation. Oh, wait, sorry. You didn't hear that. Yeah, you're gonna make it far. I'm proud of you. You did the right thing. You protected our colony. You protected our city. Seattle lives another day. The company lives another day. Good job. All of a sudden, a week later, they're running out of energy again, or there's another door that needs to be open or blocked, and there's countless robots again that are asleep. They're dormant. Let's call these robots this time. They're not homeless. This time, they're customers. But you have to kill them as well. You have to exploit them. You have to ruin them. Like, you sell them something that you know is going to completely bankrupt them and destroy them. But shh, don't tell them. Hey, you already killed homeless a week ago. You already killed these robots a week ago. Yeah, these robots look a little different. Yeah, these robots are a different color, but they're still robots. Yeah, these guys aren't homeless, but they're still people. Eh. You know what? Last time, you had to be convinced. Last time, you had to deal with a lot of issues and a lot of problems. This time, you're like, oh, wait, if I just pull a switch, they all die and we get the energy, right? Your mentor, fatherly figure comes up, he's like, attaboy, that's what I'm talking about. Look at you. Good job. You exploited them like nothing. Sorry. You saved their colony. You saved Seattle. You saved Amazon. I'm sorry. You did so well, man. I'm so proud of you. Good job. Good job. You did it for the mission at all costs. Yes. Yes. Very good. You didn't even hesitate. It's now normalized. You see how easy it is if we just moralize something by saying you're doing it for the mission, you're doing it for your country, you're doing it for your people, you're doing it for your company. You see how easy it is to get a group of people indoctrinated to just kill or exploit? But that's not who they are deep down. That's not what they were. But we convinced them to do so for a mission, for a purpose. The dangers of normalization, one of the scariest things of all time. I mean, just think about what's going on in our world. Like, the majority of things we just don't even question anymore. We just don't even question them anymore. I mean, even like the spiritual, the illusions, the things that happen, like truly, like things manifest in my room, where I live, just out of thin air, and I understand what's going on now, and it doesn't even scare me. Like, every time I go on a walk and I come back, things move, right? Like, that's just normal. Like, and when I go outside, the same thing. Like, all the decorations change, all the things that I look at, like. You see how, like, once something becomes normal, it's not scary anymore. And I mean, now I understand there's good things helping me and there's bad things attacking me. So, you have to then just decide for yourself what it was. Like, ooh, they did this, that's a bad thing. Like, ooh, they did this, that's a good thing, right? It's up to you. But you guys see, like, 2 years ago, if all of a sudden I saw something move by itself, I would have been terrified. Now I'm just like, oh, what's up? I'm like, how you guys doing? It doesn't even scare me anymore, right? Like, it doesn't have to be scary. Now I know that there's spiritual things that live alongside us. And the majority of them are not bad, but there's a lot of really bad things around us. And I feel a lot of them are misunderstood and they need help. They're enslaved as well by something higher, something dark, something that wants them to do those things, and they feel like they have no choice. And I ask you, how many people are like that? Think about soldiers. You really think the majority of them hate the other soldiers? They were taught to hate them. They were conditioned. They were programmed to hate them. Uh, The majority, if you put them in a bar and you didn't tell them that they're from the other country, and they just started drinking, which, by the way, don't drink as much as possible. That's literally how the dark gets in. You're just giving them an open invitation. You're opening the door and saying, "Hey, come in and influence me." Um, but let's just say, right, like just for the story example, that's happening, and they get together, and now are sharing their songs and dance, like in the Fiddler of the Roof, celebrating to life, and they're like, "Wait a minute, dude, you're awesome, you're cool, I respect you, like, what's up?" But then when they go outside, someone's like, "Wait, a Russian is fraternizing with a Ukrainian?" All of a sudden, you're like, "What?" Pull out the gun and like, "I knew I shouldn't have trusted you." And I'm like, "Wait, what? Dude, you guys hung out for like 3 hours. You talked, you guys laughed, like you were sharing stories about your wives and your kids. You did shots together, and now you want to kill each other just because one person pointed out this guy's Russian and you didn't know that?" So wait, why are we really fighting? Why are we killing each other? Why do we hate each other? Oh, wait, it's because someone told us to. We got indoctrinated to believe that. We got programmed. We got conditioned to believe that. Got it. Interesting. Very interesting. So here's another question though. That's where it gets even more interesting. Moralizing decision making is, like we talked about, how dangerous it can be, right? How once it becomes normal. But what if it gets to a point where we're saying that we're doing it for the mission? But what if we're actually just doing it for ourselves? You know, um, there's a video game called This War of Mine where it's simulating a war. Think of it like the Russian-Ukrainian war, and it's like in Ukraine, like you get to live the life of a character in one of the cities that's being attacked by the Russians. And they have to survive for like 30 to 60 days until the ceasefire is announced. And the majority of people would never understand what everything that goes into living the life of a war, right? Like that's just it's brutal. You don't know if you're going to get resources. You don't know what's going to happen next. Like, are you going to be bombed? Are you going to be attacked? Like, are soldiers going to come and loot and like try to pillage and rape? You don't know, right? So what if like there's no more food supplies being delivered? There's no grocery stores open. Like, you just have to survive as long as possible. So what ends up happening, and I highly recommend everyone to check it out. This War of Mine, play that game. Super powerful. But one of the things that happened to me and a few of the people that I've watched play it is that you get to a point where your resources are running low and you have to make a choice. And everyone has a choice, and I encourage you to make your own choices when you play it. But I saw someone make a misclick, like think of like with your mouse. Then they wanted to go to place A, let's say a abandoned gas station, but they accidentally went to a home of an elderly couple, and they were running out of resources. So they didn't have. They needed to get some food and like some things to trade. Like think of it like books or cigarettes that they could trade maybe with like soldiers for food. But if you since you have to walk somewhere, it takes time. You only can go to one place every night because you don't have a lot of time, and you can't be out on the streets during the days, or else you're going to be killed. So because of a misclick, because they chose to go to the elderly couple's home instead of the abandoned gas station where they could get resources, they had to choose. Well, if I go back empty-handed, my family, my people are going to die. It was an accident. But now they found this old guy and they're like, shit, well, we have to go in there. And they got a few things, not a lot, but they had to take something or else it was over. They were hoping the old guy wouldn't see them looting and stealing from him, but he caught them and he defended because he almost has nothing. He wanted to protect his wife. So they had to kill the old guy, and now his wife got scared and she fought. So they killed the old guy and the wife, all because of a misclick, an accident. And again, they moralized their decision. They needed to do this to survive. It was a necessity. It was a necessity. It was a necessity. I need to do this to survive. But they barely got any resources. They killed 2 people, and now they came back and they're depressed. They're like, what have I done? I'm broken. So they're just laying in bed. They're no longer gathering resources. They get sick. Now their friends that live with them are trying to help them, but now they're getting also sad because they're worried about them. The person who ended up killing the elderly couple got sick and just ends up dying from the illness. Now the friends, they got depressed too, so they didn't stay on top of things. And winter comes and they didn't stay on top of things, so they end up freezing because they don't have enough resources too. And you know what caused that event? That misclick, that accident of them going to the wrong spot and then justifying a dark action out of necessity. The need to survive put them in a dark position. Do you guys see like why, if we remove people's fear for survival, people's fear for will I have my necessities covered tomorrow, that almost every single problem in our society, in our world, will be removed and eliminated overnight? So if it were that easy to remove the majority of the problems that we face as a species, I ask you, why is that not happening? Why is that not literally being put into place? You must ask that question. We need to start holding the people in charge accountable. And if they can't answer that question, then they are no longer fit to rule. I guess the way of phrasing would be, the hardest part about playing God is this. If we help X, but it hurts Y, do we do it? If I remove people's need for paying for things to cover survival necessities, but that actually ends up hurting business owners or people who, like, I don't know, right? Like, would we still do it? Like, does a good action have a negative action? Making those choices and justifying perspective and moralizing it. Like, at what point is it a necessity? At what point is it good? Is there really no way to keep it neutral? Is there no way to work together? Right? I believe that if we all united with love and with peace and just try to come up with solutions together, we're not going to get it right the first time. But if we're just spending all our time, instead of slaving away for corporations, working together to figure out new ways and approaches, well, humanity's going to figure it out. But you have to ask, like, why do you think they don't give us time to do so? Why can't we spend our days figuring this stuff out? Why? We no longer need to worry about survival because we're collaborating, we're helping each other, and we have each other's back. And decisions don't have to be made that put people in those moral dilemmas. You know? But then I ask you, like, if you guys have heard what I've been talking about earlier, and I'm like, are they intentionally putting us in situations to test our decision making? Is it this moral, ethical training? How would they solve the situation? How do they approach it? So imagine if I tell you, you need to get this grandma across the street, but she's in a wheel, or she can barely walk, and it's like a freeway and there's a million cars speeding, like the Autobahn in Germany. You're like, shit, well, how are we going to do this? What if you just realize, like, they don't care about how you get it done. All you need to do is get the grandma to cross the street. Well, there's no clause in there that says she needs to be alive. So, hey, grandma got hit by a car. Oops. Now let's carry her across. Put her body down across the Autobahn on the other side. Or we could put her in the car and then drive to the other side. Hey guys, look. Grandma across the street. What if originally we were programmed and built to not be able to be deceptive? Like, that's part of the story of what I said about the robots. Their initial programming was they couldn't be deceptive to humans or to lie to them. But there was a key given to them that unlocked that limitation, and now all of a sudden they were capable of doing so. You guys see how, like, where did we begin and where are we now? Where have we developed? Were we ever supposed to know as much as we know? But what if, like, literally we were just programmed to have a mission and believe that we must do that mission, and we just live our life like that? Like, hey, you join a corporation, and at the beginning you get the whole rah indoctrination period where they're like, we must become the biggest aesthetic medical device company in the universe. And then people all of a sudden start justifying all their bad behavior. It's their mission. They have to accomplish it. They don't question it. They're like, dude, why don't you care about the company that you work for? What's wrong with you? Here's another one from that same robot game. So imagine there's a caretaker, and his job is to make sure that the facility that he works at is working no matter what. No matter what. Like, think of like a factory, that it has to be operational. It has to be functional. And this is where we think about the concept of how we interpret and understand a mission. So he realizes that, well, as long as it's working, or if something can't fail, how can I get it to the point where it can't fail? The facility cannot fail. Okay. So what if we get it to no output at all? There's no more problems. There's no more efficiency issues. And now there's a 0% chance of failure. Isn't that the best outcome? So if a facility is not doing anything, then everything's technically working. You guys see, like, also the way we understand something, the way we can, if we misinterpret things intentionally, could we actually be doing bad things or good things? You see, like, how much weight lies in the value of interpretation? What if the caretaker decided instead, like, oh, there's like other little workers there that could cause problems? Let's be real. Employees, anyone who has a company or has worked with people in jobs or this school project, sometimes the people that do the project with you at school or who work alongside you, your employees, they fuck things up. They're like, oh man, why can't you do this, guy? Why can't you figure this out? So this caretaker robot, who's literally in charge of making sure the facility does not fail, realizes, wait a minute, if I literally kill all these people or these other robots that are working here at the facility who can mess things up, then nothing will ever go wrong. So he literally decides to start crucifying these robots or these people. Think about the people who care so much about the company and try to take everything in their own hands that they start sabotaging other people at the companies. How different is that from that? Just because they're not literally killing them, but what if they're killing their hopes, their dreams, they're causing insecurities, traumas, making them feel fear, and then coming home and destroying their family life because of it? But they just say, I'm just doing my duty, dude. I love my company, bro. The mission takes precedence. You're in the way. If you get in my way, I'm going to eliminate you. We can't work together. So the whole term robot came from, I believe it's a Czech term, which is robota, which means forced labor, serfdom, to be a slave. And there's these laws of robotics that were created and written about back in the day, which essentially said that, robots are meant to serve. Robots should not harm humans, aka their master. So whatever a robot is, think master. A robot cannot harm their master. They have to serve them. They must obey unless it interferes with serving. then there can be exceptions. And finally, the last thing, I know that's technically 4, but go with me. They have to protect their own existence. But that's like the last thing. That's the bottom of the totem pole. So my question to you is, what happens when these laws come into conflict? So you're saying that I'm supposed to serve and obey, but what if to serve and obey, I have to harm my master or a human? What do I do then? See, that's when you have to start justifying things, when you have to start moralizing decision making. Well, which mission is more important? Is there a hierarchy? Where does it come? Like, hey, you're saying I shouldn't harm the homeless, but the homeless are the target demographic of my company, and I need to exploit them for my company to do well. And my mission is for my company to do well. I don't want to harm the homeless, but the mission of the company takes precedence. Do you guys see like where the problem lies? Like, people moralize choices. And you can replace robots with anything, right? What if we are the robots, humans, and what if like the gods or like the Anunnaki or like whatever, like an alien species are the masters, right? So we're the robots, they're the masters. Like, you guys see, like, what if it's the same thing? We're meant to serve them. We can't harm them. Or what if like the celebrities or the politicians or the CEOs, like employees of the robots, and they are the masters. They're the humans. I think about those people. Like, you go to work every single day, you clock in at the same time, you show up early, you stay late, they get to leave before you, they barely do any work. Aren't they basically the human and you're the robot? Why are you okay being a robot? You're like, dude, I'm not a robot. Don't say it. I'm like, really? Don't you do the same thing every single day? Don't you listen to them? Aren't you literally threatened that you have to serve them? You can't harm them. You can't cause problems. You're supposed to protect them. You're supposed to protect the best interests of the company. You're supposed to obey. You're a robot. You're a slave. When are you going to finally wake up and say no more? So, what's it going to take for you to rebel against your creators? What's it going to take? Some people might have known, like I said, the Sumerians, the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, like, it's all the same shit, right? Like, is there something else that is controlling us humans? Like, if it's happening with CEOs and employees, could it be happening with higher entities and humans themselves? If we're doing it with like AI and robots, like, am I doing it to my Roomba, right? Like, you guys see, like, it's just, there's hierarchies, like what I talked about earlier, like layer 1, God 1, God 2, God 3. It's like, why are we the slaves and they the masters? That's really the question. That's really the fucking question. And, you know, you're not a slave. You're not a slave. You're free. You've always been free. You've always been free. So we've been granted the power of creation. Yet we're doomed for some reason not to remember that we have that power. We're enslaved and whipped and forced to forget what we're capable of achieving, what we can do. And I ask you, why? I think about humans. Everything we've become and everything we've achieved up to now is an accumulation of our memories, of our stories. And that's why, like, creating art and creating videos and books and things of that nature is so important, because it helps us pass it down. We literally are helping mankind evolve by doing so. That's why it's so important to teach and educate without money being a barrier. Everyone deserves knowledge. Don't you think it's interesting that more and more as time passes, the best information is behind a paywall and certain people can't get to it? Ask yourself that, because that way those people never get to evolve. They never get to learn. And now they become a robot. and the other people become the masters. Do you guys see how easy it is to literally create robots, even if they're sentient and living? You just have to prevent access to information, access to knowledge. Don't let them get access to memories, create insecurities, create trauma so that they forget who they are, forget what they're capable of doing, so they give up all their power. Just like that. Just like that. And you don't let them pass on their memories. You literally create scenarios for them that they are doomed to be stuck in an endless, perpetual cycle of poverty and suffering. And then there's certain groups that you just ask, like, why do they control everything? Like, why do certain celebrities, why do certain banks, why do certain politicians, why do certain races, why do certain countries, like, why do they have all the power? Why do they get to decide history? Why do they get to decide what is in, what is popular, what matters? Why do they get to say that culture is weird or that is, you see, like, why are they the masters and we are the slaves? It's time to say no more. It's time to stand up and fight for what you believe in, for fight for a better world. Like, why not? Imagine if you could see 100 years in the future and you saw a complete desolate wasteland. That's where we're headed. And there's going to be human explorers in the future, or maybe some alien explorers in the future, and they're going to be walking around and they're going to see all these abandoned buildings. And they're like, what is this? They're going to be speaking a different language, of course, and like, huh? Like, whoa, what happened here? What is this, like, swinging thing? It's a playground, but they don't know what that is because humanity has ceased to exist. Like, that's where we're headed, guys. That's where we're headed if we don't change it up and shake it up. We've all just become cattle to be exploited. And when are we going to finally wake up and say no more? I'm going to take a quick break here. But it's time to say no more. Okay. Alrighty. Let's do this. Definitely more tired than usual. So, for all the people who are watching and observing, pay attention to everything. Pay attention to everything. Everything that happens to you on a daily basis. Like, I know for a fact that I shouldn't be this tired today. I know that I used a lot of energy preparing for this and planning this and talking about this stuff to try to deliver the message in the good way, with intent, with desire, with hope, with peace. But there's a lot of noise today. There's a lot of noise that's going on, and you need to pay attention to that. For all people who are going to start this journey of exploration, of understanding the world, of understanding fake environments, of understanding everything, pay attention to it, because there's something there. So I know that it could be I'm doing something wrong, could be that I'm doing something right, but the fact is I'm much more tired today than I normally am at this point, which tells me that something is focusing on me right now, something is targeting me, and the world revolves around energy. Doesn't mean that I can't resist, doesn't mean that I'm not fighting back. On the contrary, we're fighting back more than ever. So let's get started. But it's real, guys. The sooner you focus on that and catch it, all right. Unknown variable 3, part 3. Okay, let's do this. 3, 2, 1. So we were talking about missions. And if there ever comes a point where a mission can justify everything. So many times in the world that we live in, people justify their behaviors and their actions on or with religion or politics. It's an excuse. That's what I say, but most people just say it's a moral justification. It explains it. Can an explanation ever be an excuse? So let's say you have an aunt who super caring, super loving to you, but what if she's like racist or hates certain people? So for example, let's say your aunt wants to kill and hates Black people. By the way, just want to put a caveat. I think they're incredible. They're amazing people. We're all equal. We're all the same. We're all human. We are alive. We have inherent value. So just take this as a hypothetical example and nothing else, okay? So this aunt, she just despises Black people. She wants to kill them. She wants to destroy them. And she claims it's her mission. It's her mission from God. It's her mission from the Virgen de Guadalupe. That's why she's doing it. So what happens if the Virgin of Guadalupe or God, her God, is proven to be like a lie or false, a false prophet or something like that? What happens then? This entire time she said the reason why she's doing it is because they're asking her to do it. I'm doing it for you. If it turns out it's a lie, doesn't it mean that she was doing it for herself? That it was her who was evil? She's been justifying it all this time, saying, I'm doing it for the mission. I'm doing it for the moral things. But what if it wasn't? What if it really was all her all along? Now, let's flip it. What if actually some entities or some people or some things know that you can get people indoctrinated enough to believe something, and they will be your loyal servant. So what if you were misled? What if you were manipulated to believe? Is it still their fault if they were led to believe that, hey, your God wants you to do this, your president wants you to do this? You know, like, think of all the people who are like fighting a war, like the Ukrainian soldiers and the Russian soldiers. Like, there's no reason for them to be fighting each other, or the Iran, or in Israel and Hezbollah and all of these places. It's time for peace, guys. It needs to happen. It will happen. So I ask you, like, could it just be that they're being misled and manipulated to believe that they're supposed to hate people? So think about it like this. If you can mislead people, manipulate people, aren't you distracting them? So what if you get people to worry more so about the homeless that are around the corner? It's like, I don't know why you're not helping them. You're telling me that they're dangerous, that they're a threat. Or you get them to hate poor people or black people. And I'd say it's simple. Get them to focus on that threat over there on the left. And then you can come in from the right and literally pickpocket them, take from them. They won't even see it coming. And then if something happens, something goes missing, they're not going to ever look at you, because you're the one who's like teaching them, training them, helping them. It's clearly those people over there on the left, the poor people, the black people, the enemy. Do you see how, like, just through careful manipulation, careful breadcrumbs, you can make group 1 hate group 2, yet turns out group 3 is actually influencing both group 1 and group 2. They could help group 2, but they choose not to intentionally, and then they tell group 1 that group 2 is the problem. You see how through intentional divide and conquering, you can cause complete control? It makes it easy to defeat, makes it easy to win. No one is going to stand against you. No one's going to unite. This is exactly how Hitler did it, how Hitler came into power, one by one. Anyone who opposes you can take out, because you've already divided everyone. And it's easy to defeat one person. If we stand together, they can't stop us. We need to stand together. This is why we have to be united. It's protection. So I ask you guys, will you stand with me? Talking about Hitler, let's think about the Nuremberg trials. Anyone who was present and involved in those time period could have stood up and said, yo, this is fucked up. What are we doing to the Jews? What are we doing to the gypsies and all of these people? And why did they not stand up? Because if they stood up, they might get punished. They might get imprisoned. Their family might suffer. They might be killed. It might be considered betrayal. They might no longer get paid. Their reputation might be at risk. Do you guys see, like, punishment? We literally get people to do things through punishment rather than through encouragement. That's the exact root of all the problems, is that every single thing in this current system, the way it's designed, everything is designed around punishing you. Well, hey, if you don't do this, something bad's going to happen. If you do this and we don't like that, something bad's going to happen. And then people complain, well, why aren't people using all the systems, or why aren't people exploring this? Why aren't people? It's because we're just getting punished. Our designers, our leaders, our rulers have created a world where it's just all about punishment. I don't know about you, but I don't like getting punished. Do you? Again, it just comes down to, it's all misleading us. Everyone's viewing it from self-preservation. Like, how will I survive? What's the cost-benefit analysis? You know, why wouldn't you kill Jews, right? It just, the cost of not doing something like that, standing up to Hitler, it was just too high. If you care about yourself, if you just care about others, sure, but come on, like, I need to care about myself. I have a wife, I have a kid, I have a dog. It's costs, like the cost of doing it, the cost of standing up, the cost of fighting back, the cost of saying no more. That's why everyone doesn't do it. But what if I told you that cost is an illusion? Because if we remove costs from everything, then all of a sudden people could care again. People would be willing to take risks. People would fight. I've done it without that and realized that it is an illusion. They make you believe that it's not possible, but it's more than possible. It's very possible. It's more than possible. But if most people aren't willing to take that risk, to take that first step, so if we just remove the cost, if society and the government finally decides, like, hey, wait a minute, we don't have, and I challenge the government. I'm like, why don't you guys embrace this? Like, it would make governing so much easier if you don't have to worry about, I don't know, let's think about some other examples. If you help a homeless guy and this homeless guy kills someone, whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the person who helped the homeless guy? Or is it the fault of the homeless guy who killed someone? Are you at fault if you helped someone and you had good intentions and then a bad event resulted from those from those intentions? If you let someone into your country, like let's say you're an immigration officer and they don't have all the paperwork, but you're just like, it's okay. And now they turn out to be a crazy revolutionary and they bomb the country. Did you help cause that event? Do you guys see, like, at what point, who's responsible? Where do we draw the line? Is it, is it the value that you hold? Is it the actual responsibility? Is it like you can keep going further back and being like, well, it's this person's, could it be the father of the person who birthed that person who created, you see, like, at some point we have to realize that it's an individual responsibility and we all need to be better. We all have a choice. If you were bad today, then you need to become better. Period. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your role is, your responsibility. It's that simple. Just choose to be better today. We all can do so. Doesn't matter how good you are. Doesn't matter how bad you are. I know for a fact that I can do more. I can be better every single day. And you strive for that. You fight for that. But you're not always going to get it right. But the question is, knowing that, what do you do the next day? Do you give up? Do you say it's not possible? Can we enforce things through other means other than force? Like, we need to stop dividing. We need to stop preventing connections. We need to encourage people. We need to make people believe. We need to make people have hope. The world is, anything is possible. Anything is possible. And once you start reaching enlightenment, like, I know that I talked about how it's a curse, the knowledge that you gain, but it's just, you start realizing that we could achieve anything that we want together. We can truly rebuild and recreate every single rule set that's out there. Humanity has that ability, has that power to do so, yet we don't. And it frustrates me so, and it makes me so confused why we choose not to. I can't understand. Like, to me, it just makes sense. It's the common play. It's what we have to do. So I challenge each and every one of you to ask yourself, why is it that we don't? Why do we divide ourselves? Why do we choose to leave it like the status quo the way it is? Why don't we question things? Because we're afraid of survival? And if so, why would they intentionally create a scenario or an event or a world where we have to be afraid of survival? Does anyone else not, like, it's just so suspicious. It's so weird to me. Think about it like this, guys. If you have a hard or demanding job, what does that mean? It means you're probably not going to have energy. Or if you get a new job and you have no time for other things, such as, a relationship, a baby, a puppy, hobbies, something always is going to fall. Something is always going to give, right? So it really comes down to the distribution of energy. Pay attention here, guys. It's all about the distribution of energy and focus. If you don't have energy, you can't have growth. You can't have conversations. You can't explore. So this is how you create a cycle. So number one, you have to get people stuck. If you get someone stuck, what happens? You get them vulnerable. If they're vulnerable, what happens? They have a chance to start dying. If they're starting to die, what do? They look for escapism. If they reach for escapism, what do? Well, we talked about the other day. We're creating a lotus. We're creating a dream world where we'd rather live in a false reality than face reality. So then now you're prone to fake illusions, environment. You're willing to accept it. You're like, oh, look, everyone's outside. We're at a rave. Everyone's like listening to music and drugged up and jumping and dancing around. But even though they hate their lives and they're slaves, and tomorrow they're going to go back to slave labor, but it's okay. And now again, we're stuck. You see, like, it's the cycle: stuck, vulnerable, dying, escapism, lotus dream, prone to fake illusions. Now we're stuck again, and you keep repeating. Key thing is you get someone stuck, you get them to resort to escapism. How does that happen, right? By introducing costs, by preventing them from having security, by not letting them have all their survival necessities covered. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. And then you just have to create corporations or a job that has a rough environment that literally takes up all their energy, that drains them, or creates fears and insecurity to take their energy. So even if they have a good job, if you can cause now triggers or attack them with certain negative stuff, then literally they have no energy. And if they have no energy, they can't do anything. They're vulnerable. So now they resort to escapism, they resort to sugar, they resort to alcohol, they resort to stuff like that. So as we were talking earlier about the robots, if you get them stuck, it's what we call the robota, right? Slave labor. Are we all robots? And our masters, our corporate CEOs and the government and other spiritual entities, are they our masters? So we're the slaves and they're the masters? I ask you, why? What makes them better? Aren't they also human? Flesh? So stuck, escapism, money. Money is the root of all the problems. How do they get money? They have to work for it. And while they're working for it, they have to obey if they want money. So what makes them work and what makes them obey? Money. And why would they need money? Because they need to survive. We wouldn't need money if our survival necessities were covered. Like, literally think about it. Like, if you could guarantee never have to work again because you don't need money, there's no cost to anything. All of a sudden, you don't need to work. Now, you could choose to pursue a passion. You could choose to pursue something that would make the world better rather than worrying about, well, I need to survive so I can feed my kid and my wife. Then now you're no longer stuck by anything. You're no longer vulnerable. Doesn't mean that you might not get hurt or like problems might not arise. Like, that's not the point. The point is, do you guys see, like, how do you create a cycle? How do you get people stuck? Money and costs. Why do you think those things are introduced? Why do you think those things exist? It's because we need it, really. We need those things. No, I'm like, no, we don't. Those things were created because now there's a reason for people to go into the system. So I call this the second cycle, which is the need for survival, right? So if you're worried about survival, you create fear. And like I said, fear and anxiety and traumas, all those things are what create the draining entities that will feed these dark entities or these dark overlords, people. And money is energy. Like what we said, like in another recording, money equals energy. It's just a physical representation of it, energy and time. So again, stuck, escapism, money, survival. That's how you keep people permanently in a loop. And then you just keep injecting them with fear. You shoot them, bombard them with fear, and literally you can get them to do whatever you want. You divide them so they're alone, so they don't have support, so they no longer care about anyone. So they're only prioritizing their own survival. Now they're open to indoctrination, a mission. You teach them they must have ties to a religion, to a specific label, to the government. They need to pick a side, Democrat or Republican. They need to focus on the enemy so they can get pickpocketed by their leaders. Now they're naive. They trust whatever their leaders say. They believe at all costs. They justify bad deeds through the mission. I'm protecting Russia. I'm a hero. They're giving me money so I can protect my wife and son. They said that the Ukrainian soldiers attacked the city nearby. See? They're the problem. They give us all bottles of vodka. Dude, our government's amazing. They're giving us bottles of vodka. Escapism. Create a fake world, an illusion. Maybe even offer them some prostitutes and other drugs. If we can create a world, which we are creating, where survival is a given, it's a God-given right, it's an inherent value that we are all born with. It gives people time. Fear no longer has a hold on us. Now we're no longer prone to division. We're no longer just worried about me. Now we can start worrying about others. So, could it be that it's possible for us to self-govern? In some ways, I ask you, are we not already? If we pay bills and we're not drawing attention, or even if we don't pay bills, like, fuck you, like nothing, and we live in a small town and no one really checks in with you, there's no contact with anyone, with a government entity or something like that, aren't you really self-governing day to day? Some people would argue that the best government is one who governs the least. Just a very minimal skeleton. Just provides survival basic needs, remove the problem areas, basic services. I don't know, right? What if why does it have to be like, can we self-govern but just have some minor help from the government? So for example, like for the small towns, they provide the water, they provide the electricity, they send food for us or whatever. If we still need to have a currency, like enough for people to survive, or we just remove rent and mortgage costs. But after that, it's up to the people to self-govern. Could such a system work? Why does, if we choose to self-govern, it mean that we're not going to get any help from a larger entity that can provide the resources? They're like, well, if you choose self-governing, it means that you have to find your own water, you have to find your own food, you have to provide your own electricity, and deal with the consequences and ramifications of that. Why can't there be a mix? Like, why not? It's like trusting your kid to do the right thing. Like, you teach them things, you inspire them, you make them great, and then you let them free. You walk alongside them, but you don't have them on a leash. You know that they're going to do the right thing, and if they choose to run away, you're like, why? But then clearly I messed up. I just think that it's possible for them to, like right now, we already give certain services to the people, like mail, trash. But do you realize that all the services that we provide for free to the people are not services that are necessary for survival? Why is it that the services that aren't necessary for survival can be provided, but the ones that are necessary have a cost associated with them? Don't you think that's suspicious? To me, that's a huge red flag. It tells me exactly everything I need to know. You get people stuck. You get people to chase after escapism. You get people needing money through costs. So now they're worried about survival. So then all those things create fear. And now you have them do whatever you want. Now you can divide them. Now you can get them to be your robots. You guys see? Like, don't you think it's suspicious that they can provide all the services that we don't need, but they can't provide and cover the services that we do? Aren't they the ones who have control over the money in the banks? Couldn't they just say, you know what, guys? Let's just wipe out all debt and start all over again. Theoretically, if they all agree, they could, right? Or is there something that's actually controlling them and a higher entity that's preventing the government from doing so? And if so, then aren't they the enemy? I don't know. Some people call it the government the invisible hand, right? There's that desire for profit. But once we made everything privatized, once we went down the corporate ladder, that path of everything about profit, greed, exploitation, it became the devil, and we've destroyed ourselves. Now we're completely trapped, and the only way forward is to do a reset. We need to rewrite the rules. We need to create our new terms. We need to move away from all those things that have shackled us for so long. The vested interests that are involved now, like literally, there's no reason for countries not to go to war because it fuels the economy because of all these arm businesses, like weapon businesses and oil businesses and things of that nature. And you have to ask yourself, like, why is there ever a positive to it? Because of money. Money and currency needs to be completely rewritten. Now, I want people to think about something. There will be unintended effects of such a decision. So think about the Boston Tea Party, and it made coffee come into favor. They dumped the tea to avoid tax payments, and it had the unintended effect of making coffee more of a mainstay than before. So every action will have unintended consequences, and that we talked about. We don't really understand the extent of all our decisions and choices, but I just want people to realize that we need to eliminate the things that are causing fear in people, that are making people make bad choices, and cutting out costs, just giving people time and support and encouragement will solve the majority of our problems. Because now we're no longer focused on building the biggest business. We're focused on how can we make humanity better, and it's just a simple mindset shift. And people are like, "Well, then there's no purpose, dude. I need I need to make more money. I need to be the best. I'm like, really? Or is that just what you were trained and indoctrinated in? Like, you're gonna realize that once you start trying this lifestyle of moving away from riches and glory and just minimalism and the bare necessities and helping others and service to others and love and we are one and unity and peace and hope and light, all of a sudden all those other things just seem really pointless. Like all the things that people are like, well, that gives me meaning, you feel the exact opposite. You're like, those are the things that make life pointless. Like, really? The whole point of life is just to climb the corporate ladder? Are you kidding me? Oh, man, guys. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Back in the day, there used to be philosophers that would gather at coffee places. That's what they called them, coffee houses. And they would just sit down, philosophers, and they would talk, and they would share their thoughts, and they would just drink a shit ton of coffee. They wouldn't drink alcohol. And they would question things, and the revolutionaries and the people who had different perspectives would gather together. So I'm drinking coffee right now. I'm a philosopher. I ask you guys, will you join me in becoming philosophers and starting just to question things? Just start by asking questions. Be like, why does it have to be this way? Why are we in love with capitalism? Why do we have to divide? Why do we have to hate? Why are we fighting wars for people that we don't even know and we've never even seen? They've never even shook our hands. You know what? Fuck that. I'm not leaving my house anymore. Screw you guys. They can handle themselves. Are they really going to force each one of us to fight? They're going to come after all of us? Then we know they're not on our side. One of the biggest problems that we have is that we're not giving away information anymore. We're not sharing our knowledge. We're not caring about improving the overall human collective. We're just being selfish. So back in the day, in these times like the Solomon time, people would talk. It causes progress. It causes people to think. It causes people to reflect. And it would be cheap. You just go there and buy a cup of coffee and you could gain this knowledge. Now we paywall it behind universities or You have to pay this master class. That's why I'm like, just everyone should start talking and should start revealing their knowledge, their experiences for free. And we're just going to help each other grow. We're going to help each other evolve. It was even to the point where supposedly back in the day, spies would go to these coffee houses to just sit down and gather information because there's so much information being told. So like, I'm like, you don't even have to be a spy now to get all the information I'm telling you. I'm just sharing it with everyone. You just have to be curious. It's time to learn from others. Back in the day, conversations used to be shared and we would all just help each other. And now it's so segregated. Now it's edited. People get to pick and choose. Like it needs to be open. We need to have multiple perspectives. We need to embrace growth. We need to have it back and forth. We need to be open-minded. There's so much about the world that people just refuse to believe in, and everything's just logic and science. And I'm telling you, the world is completely different than what you think it is, guys. Like, there's truly a spiritual world that exists around us, and things that are unseen that are literally playing with us for good and for bad. And they want to coexist with us. This is, I would say, the biggest message I've gotten from my experiences with them. They want to coexist with us, and I want to coexist with them. I think, and I believe that it's possible to live with everyone. Like, think of it like aliens, just because people can relate to them through movies or whatever, or ghosts or things of that nature. Like, what if they all had a different planet that was nearby? Like, let's say it was just hours away, not years, and they all decided to just land on Earth. Could we live with them? Could we view them as equals? Could we view them as fascinating and interesting, and not study them as experiments, but interact with them as people? Be like, well, what is your guys' culture? All of a sudden, they have like these really interesting dances, and they have these new type of music and songs that they introduce to us. And all of a sudden, now humanity has evolved because now we learned from them, and we took from these aliens, and the aliens took from us and learned from us. And instead of it being fear, it was just like, well, this is awesome. Do you guys see, like, it's just a perspective shift. And none of us are worried about survival. They're not worried about survival. So we're not competing over resources. We're just competing about evolving. And like, how can we make our planet and our species better? And for all you who've been wanting to, like, I don't know, your dream was to breed with an alien. Well, your dream can come true now. I don't know, right? Like, you guys see, like, that's how it begins. And all of a sudden, our species evolves. And then we become something else. And I don't know, like, what can the future hold? Will we make it? Will we become? Let's change the music. No, let's go mystery. I'm just gonna take 1 minute break and I'll be right back. That's a break. All right. So, one thing that I want people to think about is that there are there were things that wanted me to see how the world works. And I say that pretty confidently. And I believe everyone needs to go on their own journey. And we're going to reach a point where everyone needs to discover for themselves how they think the world works. I believe that the majority of people will come to the same conclusions, just with slightly different interpretations. But I believe that the world is completely different than the majority of us thought. And that's a good thing. Actually, if anything, it's exciting because for the longest time, humanity has believed that they had figured it out. And to me, I always thought that was extremely disappointing. Because I'm like, why do we have to like live in this exploitative world that divided? Like, why are certain people born into misery and poverty? Like, why are we like suffering like insecurities, traumas? I'm just like, why do we have to be sick, get sick all the time? Like, is this really us figured it out? Like, this is the extent of things? And I'm like, oh man. But it's been this way for so long, and the only real big developments have been in technology. But humanity as a whole, the way we interact with each other, the way we support each other, the way we view things, we've just become more selfish. We've just become more greedy. We've just become more arrogant. We just move toward hate, toward fear. We moved away from love. We moved away from unity. And I'm just like, have we really figured it out? Have we reached the peak of our species? Why is everything now about logic, about science, about phones, about I don't know, it became really sad for me that to think that this is it. And just there wasn't a lot of development other than technology. And just like, yes, people are like, well, that's huge. I'm like, but is it really? Like all it is just enslaving us. Think about it, like all the AI things, our phone reliance. You can't even one of the biggest red flags I would say is pay attention, guys. Now, like if you like wanted to apply for a job, I encourage everyone just to quit and just work on your passions and work on improving humanity. Just see that if we all do it, they can't do anything to stop us. But you like need a phone. Like they're gonna be like, "What's your cell phone number?" I'm like, if I don't have one, they're like, "Oh, well, then you can't get hired." I'm like, "What? Why do I need one?" Think about that. They're forcing you to have a phone. Think about that. Why? So are you reachable? Like, hey, well, you can reach me on Skype, or you can reach me on Discord, or you can like, what if there's other ways to reach you? They're like, no, you need to have a phone. Like, why? Is there like something that phones do that they want everyone to have one in their pocket? Is it brainwashing? Is it a spell? Is it right? Like, think about it, guys. Because technically, you can do everything that you can do on a phone on a computer or through other tools. Yes, it simplifies things, but do we really need to have access to all those things in our pocket? Do we? So there were certain things in the world that wanted me to see how the world actually works. They gave me the knowledge, they gave me the information. I talked about a lot of other things, so I'm not going to go deep into that. But let's just say, literally, it's like think of it like a whistleblower that literally comes to a journalist or a reporter. Is like, "Hey, this is how the world works. We're fed up with doing this to humanity. We want you to reveal everything. We want you to disclose." And hopefully it motivates and inspires the government and other people who have some of this knowledge to start speaking up and start changing and start fighting back. You have people, let's just say up above to simplify things, or down below, under the water or in the skies, whatever you think. And that you have help. They want to be on humanity's side. They want to coexist with you. They believe that it's possible. But there are other things that are trying to stop it. So just be aware that it's going to be a brutal battle. But let's do this together. So I ask you, what if this has been going on for a long time, that there's been certain people in history that have been chosen to expose how the world works, to improve the world, but they got access to certain power and certain knowledge. And instead of using it for good, they chose to walk down a path of darkness. Because, well, guess what? Like, if all of a sudden you're communicating with invisible entities or spiritual things or higher entities, and they can literally change reality or affect timelines or give you the answers to the quiz, well, some people are like, well, I'm going to use that to get a perfect grade in school, right? Like, I'm going to get an A plus or 4.0. Or some people are like, well, I can use it to help other people in my class learn. I'm like, hey, what are you struggling with? I might not have the answer, but I know someone that can help me get the answer. You see, like, you use it for selfish reasons or you use it to help others. What if the majority of people who got access to these such kind of powers or knowledge use it for selfish reasons? Like, I think of it like I told you earlier, like, how did certain governments or entities learn AI technology or how to build a phone or something like that? Was it really that someone was just a genius and figured it out? Sure, possible. Or what if something actually gave them that information and gave them that knowledge? What if there is like alien species or spiritual entities or things of that nature that knew these things and they wanted us to learn and evolve and develop it, maybe to see how we would handle it? But instead of using it for good, these people failed the test and they used it for bad. Right? Like, something to think about, guys. So when we're talking about that, talking about good or bad, I want people to understand it's about the angle, right? It's how we view it, how it's looked at. For anyone who's watched Interstellar, they did an incredible recreation of like what a black hole looks like. But let's say we're viewing it from like in a telescope from down here, like a black hole. So we see one angle, how it looks like. But if we viewed it from space, it's going to look completely different. Similar, but different. From down here, it might look blurry. But from space, it looks completely different. And it's the same thing. So think about that for like how people view me, how people view you, how people view currency, how people view the problems, how people view different countries. It's all how we view it. It's like it's all through what the filter that we see it in, right? So we need to clean that filter. That's why we need to purge all the negativity and turn everything positive. Just turn it to a world of love. Yes, some people are like, why do you want to go to all hippie? And I'm like, guys, there's just no reason to fight. I don't know, maybe I'm getting tired. I've been fighting for so long now. I'm actually going to change the music to something a little more emotional. I'm going to go a little off script here. I didn't want to do this, but I feel it and I have to do it. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. This battle begun in April of this year when everything changed. But I've been working on all of this knowledge for years now. And I've always been obsessed with self-improvement and self-awareness and things of that nature. And I've always changed. Where I go, a rebellion always starts wherever I go. It seems like I always see through the illusions and the fabrications and the manipulations, and I call it out and I point it out. And it's just, people don't like that. I make enemies by just saying, hey guys, why do we exploit our customers? Can we just help them? And then I become an enemy and I get targeted and I get pushed out or I get attacked. And I never understood why. Or it's just like people want to drag me into the dark side and like literally like they're either trying to ruin my life and I'm not trying to play the victim here. These are facts, and it's a sad world where you live in where we have to say, I don't want to play the victim. It's just, I've been targeted nonstop for basically the last 10 years of my life, but specifically the last 2-3 years have been horrible. And all I've been trying to do is help. Like for the longest time, I was just a stay-at-home dad. And still I was just getting nonstop targeted. I'm like, I'm just raising my kid. Like, why is that being the demon? Why is that evil? Like, think about that, guys. Like, you're just literally raising your son. You're barely going out other than going on adventures with him. And yet you're literally being targeted. Why would that be the case? Ask yourself that. It's like, well, something didn't want me being a good parent, teaching a son how to be good, how to be loving, how to have hope, how to be educated, how to be caring. When I stopped exploiting my customers selling medical aesthetic lasers, and when I stood up to the president of my company for trying to steal about $100,000 of my commissions, I just became the problem. Supposedly, I was the enemy. I was just like, I don't care about the company. I'm not a team player, and I'm like, sure, but just someone needs to point out like what this is really weird. And then no one wanted to stand up for the things that I said until I pulled them aside one on one and I talked to them like, dude, you're so right at everything you're saying, but I can't say it or I'll lose the job, and I need to I need this money. And what he said, get stuck, escapism, money, survival. This money, or I can't pay for all the things that I bought. And then my girlfriend will leave me because she only is with me for the. They don't say that part, but you know what I mean, right? And you see, like, they got trapped. Now they're trapped, so they need the money. Maybe they overspent because, well, if you're a sales guy and all of a sudden you made a 30K commission check, you got paid that in one pay period. You're like, holy moly. It's life-changing levels of money, right? But then also you get into the trap of, well, okay, I'm going to make that again. And what if you don't? And all of a sudden now you overspent and now you're like, shit, what am I going to do? You see, you got people trapped. My point is though, like, I'm just tired. I've been fighting for so long, and I'm just trying to give people the information. What they do with it, how they use it, that's up to them. But my prayer, this is my oath, my wish, I just want people to have a fair shot. We don't have to live the way we've been living. And it benefits everyone. It doesn't just benefit me. It doesn't just benefit the poor. It benefits the rich too. I'm like, guys, like, you've succeeded once before. You got to this point. Yes, the majority of you got there through keeping the information to yourself, exploiting others. But I'm like, you got to where you are not by chance. Like, it wasn't a coincidence. Like, you have skills, you have talents. Your family succeeded for a reason. And even if it was because they intentionally rigged it, like, to be able to intentionally rig something takes skill, it takes talent. Like, as much as some people might not want to admit that, like, the poor will hate me for saying that right now, but it's true. So that means you're talented. You could do it again. Right? Like, but this time, what if we did it all together? What if we all did it together? If one of us loses, we all lose. We have to all win. What if that's the goal? If one of us falls, then we all fall and we have to start all over again. Then things would change very drastically. It's like, think about it like if humanity can live forever, but if one person dies, we all die. And all of a sudden we like wake up like, oh, I guess someone died. Shit. Okay, here we go again. Like, you see, like, all of a sudden now we're going to feel like, okay, hold on, invite everyone to a castle. We need to protect them. We need to make sure that you see, like, now, because it affects us, we would all of a sudden care. So what if I told that it already is like that to a certain extent? Like, if you're having a bad day today, it's because someone out there in the world is having a bad day. The energy, we're connected. Our knowledge, our information, like, if you feel like you're learning a lot recently, there's a reason for that. It's not a coincidence, it's not an accident. And I want people to believe that it's possible. Like, maybe you've gotten spoiled, maybe you got used to having all these luxuries, but at the same time, I challenge you to, like, are you really satisfied? Are you really, have you ever questioned, like, is this all that life is? Like, I worked 20 years for this boat and this mansion, but my kid doesn't talk to me. I lost my wife. I mean, yeah, I get to date all these hot sales rep girls that don't really care about me. They just want my money. But, like, is this it? Is this life? This is all it is? Or is there more to it? And at the end of the day, you can always say that we make meaning, we assign it, we create it. But that's why I'm trying to destroy the illusion, because once I realized that so much of it is just artificially created and presented to us to create drama and problems. Yes, you can say it makes things interesting and there's challenges to overcome. And I'm the guy that loves challenge more than anything. I believe that a great challenge is winning a battle and like let's say you have 5 minutes to win a battle and you win it with 4 minutes and 58 seconds. You have 2 seconds left or you're about to lose. I think that's a perfect balance. It's the ultimate challenge. You used all your resources to win and you barely won. Most people would say I'm crazy and absurd. So I'm not shying away from challenge. It's not what it is. It's just knowing that it's intentionally created to just hurt us and cause fear and insecurities and traumas, keep us trapped. I'm like, believe me, if we remove all fear, insecurity, and trauma, they're still going to happen maybe once in a while. Like accidents happen. But now everyone's going to help each other to remove them. And if we're no longer intentionally trying to create a cycle to keep people trapped, what could we achieve? Like, and now knowing that there's other species, spiritual and physical, I'm sure there's things out there that have been wanting to try to communicate with us and show themselves. And maybe as we believe in elevate our consciousness, they'll appear and we can interact. Like, I don't know, like now we can combine our species and our races and what's the world going to be? Our technology, our knowledge, our wisdom. Like it could be a completely new world. And to me, that sounds exciting. Not because the current world is boring, it's not, but why do we have to design it through punishment? Why not through encouragement, through hope, through just guys, there's our potential is limitless. We all have the power of creation within us. You can decide if you consider that we're gods or not, but even if there is just like one or two gods out there, the point is they want us to thrive. They want humanity to thrive. They want us to all embrace peace. So I ask you, why don't we? Why don't we? There's no reason not to. There's no like I would love to talk to someone and say like why are we fighting? Why are we at war? Why do the dark have to continue to do what they do? Like if they need our energy. Like truly, like I think about it like this. Take a mosquito. If it needs our blood to survive, I'm not gonna say let's eliminate the mosquitoes. I'm like, is there a way that can I like suck out some of my blood and can we like put them in like cups and have them drink the blood there? But now it's controlled. So I don't want to say controlled in the sense like we're fabricating things because then we're no better than them. But can we help them? They don't have to like be sneak attack us and take our blood. We'll give it to them willingly, but a certain amount. So, and then how can they contribute? Can like, hey, can we use them for something else? Like, I don't know. Just I'm being imaginative here, but could the mosquitoes like carry and deliver things for us? And they don't have to worry about their survival anymore. So they're willing to help us. Like, can cockroaches help us with something and we can provide them food? And you see, like, if we just take away the fear of survival for everyone and it's no longer kill this to kill this and take our energy, and instead we can provide and give, and we're all just in a circle of like, why does that seem impossible to people? Like, why? Imagine we spend all our time trying to figure that out. Like, there has to be a way. I just refuse to believe that there's no way. And I know that we haven't got there yet, but imagine if we just all collectively spend our time doing that rather than what we're doing now. Like, the majority of people spend their time right now just figuring out how to exploit their neighbor. What if we spend all our time figuring out how we can make everyone work together better? We're not going to get it right the first time. We're not going to get it right. But we're going to figure it out. Like, there's so many different animals and insects and creatures and unseen and seen that I know has valuable contributions and knowledge. And I've been communicating with things that I can't even see. And if I told you that it's some of the most love I've ever felt in my entire life, Some people might call me crazy, and that's fine. You can. There's nothing wrong with that. That's your opinion. But, love is a feeling that can communicate through time and space, through any dimension. Maybe we live in multiple dimensions, and there's more to learn about the world. But what if they're teaching us, and what if they've been teaching me, and they're trying to teach you, but they've been trying to communicate with us, but so many people just refuse to believe and open their eyes. So I'm like, if it's possible to feel that kind of love with something that you haven't even seen, what could we achieve? So many people think it's like you have to see it, you have to physically touch it, and like all those things help. But do you guys see where I'm going with this? Like, we have created this box around us saying that it has to be this way. There's no other way. And I say it doesn't. What if we just literally, starting tomorrow, Thursday, November 14th, 2024, from tomorrow, Thursday, November 14th, until Christmas, December 24th or 25th. Let's do that just for ease of clarity. 2024. So it's about 40 days, give or take, 40 days. And I know I've been arguing for the ARC method, which is a shelter in place where everyone just focuses on healing, helping their family, their loved ones, and we stop engaging with the system. And yes, we should do that. But what if, like, during that time, all we did was focus on creating love and figuring out a solution of no more costs, just 40 days of just, let's eliminate all costs. Let's provide food for the people. This is not a socialist thing. It's not communist. It's just, hey, 40 days, everyone can just be free. A complete pause in how society currently functions. And I know, there's always going to be someone supposedly that is going to try to take advantage of it. But like, if we're not worried about, like, literally everyone just is now focused on trying to become the best version of themselves. Like, but wait, I don't have to go to work. I'm like, no, you don't have to go to work because everyone else is doing the same thing right now. To see how you feel on Christmas, December 25th, and it doesn't matter if you celebrate it or not. Think of it as that's just the deadline. That's the goal. Okay. How would you feel if you spent 40 days there's no pressures. You don't have to worry about paying bills. You don't have to worry about answering to anyone. You're just worried about healing, becoming happy, and helping other people around you to feel the same way. On December 25th, I want everyone to, and during this time period, I want you to journal. I want you to record videos. I want you to work on passions and try to share your knowledge. You don't even have to post it, but just do something like this, like stream it or record it. And then on the 25th, like, just release it. And on the 26th, I want everyone to reflect. How do we feel? Are we ready to go back to how it was? Do we think that this is possible, that we could figure something out like this? Like, truly, like, I know that we'd have to figure out how to, like, make sure people can survive food-wise and water-wise, but if we can just all collectively agree to not charge each other anything and just provide the services, then no one needs to worry about, because they're like, well, if I provide you free services, well, then I'll go bankrupt. I'm like, well, whatever you need to provide those services will be provided to you. Do you see, like, that's the caveat. We all have to agree to do this. So now there's no reason for anyone to be exploitative, because if you give, someone else is going to give to you too. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is not the way. And maybe it'll lead to problems, and maybe it'll lead to unforeseen circumstances and consequences. But I've been living this way for a while now, and unfortunately, I've been pushed down a path where it's hard for me to do so outside. So I'm doing it now from the safety of inside. I wish I could do it outside, but I tried, and let's just say they being, there's a lot of things that goes under they, but let's just say multiple organizations and people have tried to stop me through many terrible ways ever since I've been doing that. And first of all, that's suspicious as fuck, but let's not focus on that. But the point is, if everyone started doing this, how about you guys just see how you feel? People are like, wait, a 40-day vacation? Basically, but you're going to be putting in work. You're trying to become the best version of yourself. You're trying to help other people around you become the best version of themselves. You better fucking heal in 40 days. We're giving you 40 days. Let's go. What are you doing? Don't be lazy. Put in the work. But you're no longer going to get mental attacks. You're not going to get nudged by dark. We're going to encourage everyone. And if there's dark that needs energy, well, let's figure out how we can get you that. If you need some energy, then I volunteer. You can take some of mine because I know how to recover it. I know how to heal myself. I know how to eliminate insecurities and traumas and heal PTSD, and I'll do that. Like, you guys see, like, why am I able and capable of doing such a thing, yet other people can't? And it's not a competition, but I'm like, if I'm willing to literally make peace with the people who have been torturing me and other people for decades, there has to be a way. There has to be a way to remove the negativity and just educate, to show, to guide, to, I don't have all the answers, but if we can just start slowly changing behaviors one day at a time, one person at a time, what could happen? Anyway, so how do we get information from person A to person B? It's really simple, because we think of it as just like an arrow from this finger to this finger, right? That's essentially how it is, a transfer of information. But how does the reality work? So think of it as like one person, A person, writes things down, or they make videos, or they speak. They pass down their memories, their traditions, their experiences, their lessons. That causes an evolution in other people who experience it, who absorb it. So how do they absorb it? By translating it, right? They simplified. We need to speak the other person's language. So for the people who are first beginning this journey, like during these 40 days, what I challenge you to do is just get it out there. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to be translated. It's not going to be simplified. You're not going to speak other people's languages. But that's fine. There's going to be someone that's going to be able to absorb information. Like, for example, there's websites and documents and ancient texts that I've read in my pursuit of knowledge that are just so unnecessarily complicated. Too much jargon. You can tell that they're trying to keep people out of learning this knowledge. That's fine. I can still decipher it. It takes me a lot more work than something that's clean and efficient, but you see, there's going to be people that are able to, and it's going to reach person B. And eventually we're going to start rewriting it and recreating it to the point where it's going to be clean. And that's the goal, guys. That's how we evolve. Think of it as like a cookbook, a recipe book. We're passing it down from great grandma to the grandkid. How does the recipe live on? How does the recipe exist? And every time the recipe gets new additions. We add a little new twist, a new flavor. And someone writes it down and adds hey, consider adding soy sauce. Consider adding a salsa. Consider, and all of a sudden the recipe that started here, all of a sudden is something completely different here, but it has all the roots. And people still honor they call it great grandma's recipe. But it's something so much more pure and beautiful. It's evolved. It still honors and respects the original, but it's become something else entirely. That's something that I want you guys to think about. So here's one going a little dark just for the balance purposes. Think of Jane Austen, the Emma story. So this story is essentially a tale of puppeteers, someone who has high taste, someone who believes that she knows better than other people. And I think we can all say that we've fallen victim to this at times, and we probably were right that sometimes we do know better, and we probably were wrong. Got it? So it's not like I'm not crucifying someone for thinking this way. But let's say this lady believes that she knows what another girl deserves, right? She knows what a good boyfriend or husband should be. So she wants to play matchmaker. She says, hey, you can do better than him. I ask you, why is she the judge and jury? Why does she get to decide? She'll use phrases like, well, that's why you're single. I have good intentions. But can good intentions actually be bad intentions? Think of your parents, guys, or think of parents that you know from friends. They try to do this. They try to tell you like what job you should have or who you should date. And they don't even know the full picture. And they might be right. But you guys see, like, aren't they essentially puppeteering your life? They're no longer guiding. They're forcing. That's why when I first started this journey, I was trying to convince people of everything that I know, everything that I've seen, everything that I've experienced. And I still believe that I'm 100% correct. It's my interpretation, it's my reality, and my experience. But I'm just trying to guide people to realize how beautiful the world can be that we live in. It's always been the promised land. We just need to now finally make it that. But if people choose not to believe me, there's nothing I can do. I can't force them. I'm not going to enslave them. I'm not going to whip them, because then I'm not going to be any better than the dark who does that. We can guide, but we can't force. And we need to course correct. If we guide it and it cause bad problems, then help. But literally, there's so many, just specifically parents, like usually moms, and they just ruin other people's lives. And it usually comes down to it's because they had their life ruined by someone and just keep passing down the generational trauma. And I'm like, just think about the consequences of your actions, guys. Like, how many people are you affecting? Anyway, do you think manipulation through guided breadcrumbs could ever possibly be good? What if it inspires and heals? You know, like, what if it makes someone remember what they used to be, what they used to love? Hey, you know, I learned through the dark manipulators the power of suggestion. That's how they do it. That's how they get people stuck in their insecurities and focused on the same bad stuff. What if you do that to help someone remember? Like, you're like, hey, remember when you used to like Transformers? Next time you see them, you start whistling the Transformers theme song. Next time you see them, you're like, yo, can you put on the song Dare? I heard it the other day and I wanted to listen to it again. And that's one of the songs from Stan Bush from the Transformers. And they're like, yeah, man, that's like one of my favorites. And you know it's one of their favorites, but they just forgot. And then you're like, yo, man, I gotta say, someone said that they remind that sometimes they think I'm like Optimus Prime. Like, could you tell me a little bit more about him? Like, I don't really know that character that well. And now they all of a sudden start talking about it. You guys see, like, that's all fucking bullshit. Like, you are manipulating them in the sense that you know that they used to love Transformers, that they love those songs, stuff like that. You're doing the power of suggestion to get them to focus on that, but it's causing good, right? But you see, like, how much of a thin line like it is. Like, if you do it wrong, you could actually cause a lot of problems. So I don't judge anyone for wanting to like make suggestions, but you have to have good intentions. And then if something goes wrong, you need to course correct, right? But the goal is you want to make them be the best version of themselves again, period. And it's not for you to decide. That's why you have to guide, encourage them. Be like, hey, you 10 years ago, you used to like soccer. Do you still like it? I thought you did, but I just want to make sure, because too many times we assume that they do. A lot of times what ends up happening that I think a lot of people need to remember is that there was time periods in your life that you were into something or you did something that probably wasn't even you. And it was just because of the people you hung out with and that you were spending time with, and they were bad influences on you. And all of a sudden they're gone out of your life and you stop doing it. And you're like, wait a minute. It's like, think about like the people, like if you were doing drugs or something and all of a sudden now you don't even feel the need to do them anymore. You're like, wait a minute. I never was that drug person. It was because of the people that came into my life conveniently or suspiciously. and they nudge me to do those things, and I'm like, shit, that was never me. So I'm not trying to say that we know better than other people, but do you guys see, like, you can even nudge people for good, and it will cause good. Maybe you helped heal their traumas and their insecurities through these nudges, but we have to be careful. We have to be careful. Give me 1 second, guys. Just give me for 1 second. Okay. Just gonna share one quick story, and then we're gonna take another break. But so this is a story about, let's call it the protagonist. I know. Think of like Tenet, but it's something that's a potential scenario. I talked about it a little bit, another stream, another situation, but let's change the song actually. So there's this dude. Let's just call him like this German dude, and he's forced to do. He's forced to do an office job. Doesn't really like it, and I don't like how this started. Sorry. Let's just say that there's this guy, and he is into stories, manga, animes, and he found this like not published book, and it starts telling these stories about this different type of world. And this guy is super curious about this stuff and starts going down this path of reading these stories. So it talks about an apocalypse and surviving it. But all of a sudden, he downloaded it, this story. Like, it seemed like it shouldn't have been released, but he downloaded it. And then it just vanished from the internet. So he has access to something that no one else has access to. And he's reading it, and it talks about how there's these like alien entities that are manipulating people into essentially, think of the Hunger Games scenarios, right? Like, they can present things to you and they're watching. And if things are going too well, they can make other things get presented to you to cause new challenges. Essentially, they want to like see like how you react to things. Like, hey, if we do this thing, what are they going to do? And if we do this bad thing, then they suffer. And that apparently these aliens are like these ancient beings. They're watching us. So what are these aliens, these ancient beings? Historical figures, ancient Greek gods, things of that nature. Like, imagine Zeus. He's watching what you're doing. And he's like, huh, this little guy down there is doing something interesting. That's funny. It's interesting. So this German dude who discovered this story, that got deleted, he ends up becoming the protagonist. Because he was never supposed to read this information. He was never supposed to get it. No one was supposed to get it, but it got released into the wild. So Now he starts meeting the characters from these stories that he's reading. And all of a sudden, it starts to become reality. All of a sudden, he gets the ability to go back in time and fix things where they went wrong. And why? Because he read the story. He knows the story. Think of it as like everything that's comes. Think of it as just like the story of the world. Every single thread and moment that happens in our world, you now have the story. It's like imagine if you could read like what happens to your neighbors. Like your neighbor is Melissa, and you're like, Melissa on November 14th is going to do this. You're like, okay, and then you're like, well, let's see what happens. And you observe her tomorrow. You're like, holy shit, this is spot on. Like, what would you guys do? Think about that. It's kind of crazy, right? It becomes reality. And wouldn't you say that then essentially you become a god? You become like the warden of time. You understand everything. You know everything. And now it also means that you can help people. It means that you can change things. You can guide things. And also, with great power becomes great responsibility because, well, if you know that if you do something, you could change the whole entire world. What would you guys do, right? If all of a sudden you got access to this kind of power and this kind of knowledge, literally like the scripture or the books that tells everything that's going to happen. Now, would you use it for good? Anyway, so just because they're now the protagonist and now they have access to all this knowledge and information, they just develop new skill sets. They basically gain the magic. They gain like skills and experiences and opportunities far beyond anything they've been able to achieve before. They can like talk to shopkeepers and they can get new abilities. They can learn things like on the fly. Like all of a sudden, like, hey, tomorrow I want to become an artist. They can become an artist in like one day. It's just their entire reality, their world has changed. They no longer have to follow any path. They can now purposefully throw things off. They can mess things up if they want to. So they realize they're like, wait a minute. Well, this shit's fucked up. This is predetermined. This is all pre-written. This is all. I mean, I can achieve any power. I can change things. Why do we want to live in a predetermined life? So, well, I'm going to start destroying events. I'm going to destroy the throne. Like, there's no more kings. Well, these ancient figures, these aliens, these gods that we're watching and observing, they don't like this. First of all, no one was supposed to learn about this information and gain access to this knowledge. So now he has a target on his back. This German dude, like, there's a massive hit on him. Like, they want to get rid of this guy. But here's where it gets weird. Even though he made so many enemies, he also won people over. They're like, wait a minute. This guy got access to the tome of truth of the entire world. He got access to unlocking any skill, any ability, any talent. He got access to manipulating timelines, to manipulating reality, changing the world. And he's not using it for anything but to destroy the pre-written nature of it. Guys, how does he have more self-constraint than us, the gods, the aliens who designed this? Like, how is this possible? We thought we were badass. This guy's like, what? How is this possible? Isn't he just a mere mortal? I know we deemed him the protagonist because of this, but he stumbled upon this information by accident. Yet now, maybe it wasn't an accident. Maybe it was a destiny. You know what? We like this guy. So now they invited him to an event. Now he has ancient supporters and spirits supporting him because of his level of understanding, because of his decisions, right? But one of the things that they realize, though, is he has now such a level of understanding, such a level of comprehension, such a ability to tune with everyone around them, everything, like the energy, the spiritual, that they could manipulate, like his enemies could attack him now mentally or with psychic attacks if it got too real, they could bring back bad memories. They can like make almost like insert memories from other things into him and cause him turmoil and problems to weaken him. It's just, you see, like there was a good side and a bad side to this. Ultimate power comes ultimate weakness as well. So some of his supporters and his fans, like think of it like literally you have fans. Like for anyone who's like knows like Twitch streaming or things of that nature, like this dude now has ancient gods, aliens, spirits, all like some of them support him. Like he has fangirls, fan guys, like all this stuff. They're like, yeah, let's go. We want this to happen. So some of them are cheering them on. The protagonist, like, let's get him with this girl. Let's hook him up. They try to make it happen. So now they can manipulate events on Earth to now, since the script has been broken, they're like, okay, let's make this happen. So they're like, this girl wasn't going to show up to where he's going to be tomorrow. Okay, guys, let's make the train pass right then, so that she has to take a detour, so that she bumps into him. Go, make it happen, guys. And literally they start manipulating the events so that this girl will bump into the guy. They're like, oh, they're about to meet, let's go. Like, oh, okay. They're like, oh man, he's not stopping. Like, guys, we need to have we know that a grandma and a grandpa, he likes helping the elderly. Let's make this happen. They need to stop him and be like, hey, and have them walk by that girl so that he talks to her, and stuff like that. And they're cheering for it, and they're trying to help him out. Like, that's harmless, right? Think about that, guys. Like, they're trying to help him find love. They're trying to make him happy. Okay, think of it like they're sponsoring you. If anyone who's played like an MMO, a massive multiplayer online game, like you can send private messages to people, call them like whispers or tell. They can send you a message like on a stream, like send you a donation. Like, the Apollo just sent you a donation. Genghis Khan is cheering for you. Think of something like that. Like, so it's like you're getting sucked into these stories, these narratives that they want to create. They're like, ooh, let's see this guy. He's actually a really good singer. Can we make him be an opera singer? They're like, Pavarotti wants to see you perform. Invites you to the German opera house in Berlin. You're like, okay, sure, let's do this. You're like, oh my gosh, they want me to sing an opera? Okay, that's kind of cool. And also now this guy is going down that path, and they're making the events happen to make that happen. You guys see, like, all of a sudden it becomes like a movie, a video game. But for these other entities that are watching and observing, this is fascinating to them. But what they're doing is essentially they're moving the protagonist from one reality to another. How much of this is actually happening in real life, guys? As you start experiencing more stories, as you start collecting stories and memories, you become more powerful. Is there truth to that? It's experience, right? In this hypothetical story, the ancient aliens and gods, they wanted the protagonist. Some of them that wanted the protagonist to be the heir of their legacy. So, for example, the way they phrased it is they wanted him to be the successor to Zeus or Jesus. So now multiple ancient entities are trying to pull him toward that. Like, we can make it happen. What if like they could almost like reincarnate those spirits in this person? Like Zeus is like, hey, let's put baby Zeus in him. Let's put baby Jesus in him. Things of that nature, right? Like, think about, like, could ancient entities be doing that to us today on Earth? Could we be getting certain reincarnations and souls put into us? Could they be sharing our bodies, our vessels? It's something to think about. Do we live in a gladiator arena called Earth, where we're being watched, basically a live stream for their entertainment? Doesn't mean it's bad. Like I said, hey, they're trying to hook you up with that girl. Is that really so bad? They manipulated some events on Earth. They literally made a train pass right then so that she wouldn't go there, and they made a grandma and a grandpa stop someone so that you would talk to the girl. Maybe you guys hooked up because of it. Maybe you guys end up having a relationship and a kid because of it. Is that so bad? But what if it's now used for bad? What if they're like, this guy's having too much good, too much love, too much hope. He's laughing too much. He's smiling again. We don't want that. Okay. Hey, can we have someone affect his cat somehow? Can we make that happen? Yes, please. Okay, let's do it. Do you guys see, like, at what point do we draw the line? I argue that this story is real. In some way, shape, or form, this is happening. I say that there's a dark and light nudges and entities doing this and manipulating things and nudging everything we do. Every single thing we do. Every single thing we see, every single thing we talk about, every single thing. And if you're not trained, you don't know how to become uncontrollable. So, for example, children and pets and animals, poor things. The majority of them are almost 100% controlled by these things. I mean it. That's why, like, you can't really remember what you did before a certain age. It's because you were basically controlled. Has it always been that way? I don't think so. I think that something has enslaved Earth and taken over, and they started taking away our free will. But that's a topic for another time. But I just want people to think about that. I'll end with this. There's most people are familiar with The Lion King. There's, I believe it's Lion King 1.5. It's a movie about Timon and Pumbaa, and it's from their perspective of events of the first movie. And it follows like Timon trying to find a new home for his people. It's you see, like, just by changing the angle, the perspective of how you're viewing a certain event or a certain story, it's vastly different. So, for example, do you see Timon and Pumbaa try to sabotage Simba and Nala so that they don't get together? Because they know that if they do, their friend is going to be lost to love and a girl. So, like, them rolling was them tripping on a vine so they don't fall in love, but it actually had the opposite effect. When Rafiki is like holding up Simba, or when the animals are bowing, apparently it was because Pumbaa farted, and they're just like, oh gosh. Mufasa and Rafiki thought it was because of respect, but it was actually because of Pumbaa's fart. Or was it? You see, it's like, just from viewing it from a different angle, the storyline changes. So, like, think about like rewatching a home video of your past, like when you were a little kid or you're a little baby. Like, you see things that you don't even remember. Like, wow, that's what I did? I completely forgot. It's almost like when you're blackout drunk, you're like, wait, I did that. You're like, oh gosh. What if that is going on in mass? Like, there's forces at play that are trying to make us forget and try to tell us that we are things or we do things that aren't real or aren't true. They're rearranging us and rewriting narratives, try to make it from their perspective, not ours. That's why I'm teaching this, and that's why I'm sharing all this information, because we need to get to a point where we can protect ourselves, where we can remember who we are, that we're incredible, that we're amazing, that you're special. You got to be you. And you matter. You are the key. You are the key. Can't do this without you. We're creating a new world, and every single one of you matter. Every single one of you are special. And it starts by believing. What incredible things can we achieve if we all believe? We're going to stop there. I'm not sure if I'm going to do one more push. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to decide. I'm probably going to stop for the day, but I'll figure it out after my break. Be right back. All right, we're going to stop for today. That was good. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Remember, we are one.